Good morning, friends. I apologize for the little delay that has happened. We were waiting for a few guests to join in, and also we were trying to stream the proceedings live on YouTube. We are now live on YouTube, and some of the participants had requested for the link to join. I have put it in the chat. Please do share it amongst all your groups and all the colleges. With that, we are set to begin the program, and I think we can start with the proceedings. Vaishali ma'am and Sonal ma'am, are we ready?
Yes, very well, ma'am.
Yes, madam.
A very good morning to all of you, and warm wishes on the occasion of International Women's Day. On behalf of the Council of Architecture, I, Jayashri Deshpande, Director of the Training Research Center, the academic wing of Council of Architecture, am privileged to. I can. Somehow I'm hearing the feedback. Just please hold on. Sorry, back again. A very good morning and warm wishes again on the occasion of International Women's Day. On behalf of the Council of Architecture, I, Jayashri Deshpande, Director of the Training and Research Center, the academic wing of Council of Architecture, am privileged to extend a warm welcome to you all, esteemed guests, members of the Council of Architecture, heads of schools, faculty, and students in schools of architecture, and dear participants, the authors of the various documentation projects from across the country. A warm welcome to our eminent panel of jurors, Architect Gurmeet Rai, Architect Aishwarya Tipnis, and Architect Surya Narayan Murthy. I also welcome Professor K.B. Jain, the convener of the COA Heritage Documentation Awards Committee. He has been the mentor and the guiding light behind this program. And I welcome Professor Durganand Balsavar, Dr. Ujjwala Chakradev, Dr. Vaishali Latkar, and Dr. Vishakha Kautekar, all members of the Heritage Awards Committee of Council of Architecture. We are here today for the national final jury of the COA Awards for students for excellence in documentation of architectural heritage. This is the second in the series of the three national juries of the COA Awards 2020. The first national jury of the Awards for Excellence in Architectural Thesis was conducted online on the 4th March 2020 in the presence of President Council of Architecture, award-winning architect and Professor Habib Khan. Professor Habib has expressed regrets for his inability to be present today, but he has extended greetings and best wishes to all of us here. The COA Awards for Documentation of Architectural Heritage has been instituted with an objective to encourage the talent of students for understanding the documentation of heritage buildings and to develop and promote sensitivity and awareness towards India's rich architectural heritage among the students of architecture across the country. Today, we are here for the national final jury, which will showcase the three best projects in each category of the documentation awards. Initially, the awards program was started with a single category, but this year in 2020, we have added two more categories. And the titles of each category are like this. Category A is Architectural Heritage. Category B is Arts and Crafts related to buildings. And category C is Indigenous Dwellings. A team of assessors has evaluated and shortlisted two entries in each of the three categories for stage 2 of the assessment. The authors of the selected entries will be awarded a prize of 10,000 rupees and a certificate each and will participate in the national jury. The top three entries selected from the best 10 at the zonal level will be invited to present their work today in the national jury. Winners at the national jury, three number, one in each category, will be awarded a prize worth rupees 75,000 and certificate each, and six projects, two in each category, will be awarded a citation at the national jury and a prize worth rupees 15,000 and certificate each. The activities at the zonal level were successfully conducted with the active support of 5 schools of architecture who came forward as the zonal host centers. For Zone 1, we had the Faculty of Architecture, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Technical University at Lucknow, headed by Dr. Vandana Sehgal, also a member of the Council of Architecture, uh, supported by Dr. Ritu Gulati and architect Alok Kumar. In Zone 2, it was the Faculty of Architecture, Sri Sri University at Cuttack, headed by Dr. Sri Lakshmi Swami with Dr. Geeta Vaidyanathan, architect Rupal Shah, architect Sarit Mukherjee, and architect Rishabh Rai. The Satish Misal Education Foundation Brick School of Architecture, headed by Dr. Purva Keskar, hosted the activities of Zone 3 with Dr. Vaidehi Lavan, architect Girija Indulkar, and architect Shaduli Joshi. The BMS College of Architecture from Bangalore, headed by Dr. Mamta Raj, hosted the Zone 4 activities with architect Maithili Velangi, architect Shubhra Pandey, and architect Shilpa Shirish. Zone 5 was hosted by the Chettinad School of Architecture, Chettinad Academy of Research and Education, based in Kanchipuram, and headed by Professor Lokanathan with architect Radhika and architect Vaidyanathan. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for your continued support. The national final jury will be conducted today by Dr. Vaishali Latkar and Professor Sonal Karanjikar. Dr. Vaishali Latkar, as I have already said, is a member of the Heritage Awards Committee of the Council of Architecture and a graduate from the BKPS College of Architecture, Pune. She has completed her master's in architectural conservation from School of Planning and Architecture in New Delhi in 1996. She has done her doctoral research on built heritage of the pilgrimage town of Pandharpur from Savitribai Phule Pune University, and she heads the master's MArch course in architectural conservation at the Sihagar College of Architecture in Pune since its inception in 2006. Dr. Vaishali, member of the Board of Studies in Architecture at Savitribai Phule Pune University, and a member of the documentation committee constituted by the Council of Architecture in 2019. She is presently a coordinator of the National Scientific Training Committee of ICOMOS India and an expert member of International Committee of Training of ICOMOS. She has been appointed as an expert in several heritage committees and is a member of the executive committee of the Intact Pune chapter. She has been actively involved in awareness and training programs related to heritage conservation. Dr. Vaishali Latkar has conducted a number of faculty training programs on architectural history teaching and has widely written on heritage conservation and presented in several national and international seminars. She has worked on conservation projects for Pune Municipal Corporation, Intact New Delhi, State Archaeological Department, and Intact Pune chapter, among several other prestigious clients. I extend a warm welcome to Dr. Vaishali and her colleague Dr. Sonal Karanjikar, and request Dr. Vaishali to please introduce Dr. Sonal to us here.
Thank you, Jayashree Madam, for this very warm welcome. Dear participants, presenters, eminent jury members, conservation expert Gurmeet Rai, conservation expert GSV Surya Narayan Murthy, and conservation expert Aishwarya Tipnis, Director of COA TRC, Professor Jayashree Deshpande, other distinguished guests, and wider audience. Good morning and welcome to you all. It is a privilege to have been given this opportunity to host the Documentation Award. As we are trying to rebuild our nation by rediscovering our past, exploration and documentation of our architectural heritage becomes an important aspect of this activity for architects. The objective of the Documentation Award is to encourage students of architecture to explore our rich past and bring it to the forefront for the benefit of the larger society. It will help us in understanding our traditional knowledge system that will guide us in shaping our sustainable future. I'm thankful to the President of Council of Architecture and Jayashree Madam for giving this wonderful opportunity of being a part of this endeavor. We have been training architects in architectural conservation at College of Architecture that has been established by our visionary founder, Honorary Professor Noblesser in 2006, since 2006. I would now like to introduce my colleague and the online coordinator for today's event, Professor Sonal Karanjikar. Architect Sonal Karanjikar is a conservation architect and an academician. She completed her BArch from SPS MBH College of Architecture, Kolhapur in 2006 and Masters in Architectural Conservation from XPA Delhi 2008. She is a member of ICOMOS India since 2012, member of National Scientific Committee of Fortification and Military Heritage, ECO Fort, and National Training Committee, and has been actively involved with the national and international events of both the NSCs. She has been associated with conservationist and architectural firms in Pune and has been a member of the UNESCO Asia Pacific award-winning team of Kimaya for the project of restoration of Sakhargarh Nivasini Temple Complex at Kinai, Satara. Her wide interest with traditional architecture lies profoundly with military heritage and Indian cultural landscape. She has assisted architect Gopal Chandorkar for his two award-winning publications in Marathi in November 2017 and 2019 respectively. She works as an associate professor for Department of Masters in Architectural Conservation in Singhad College of Architecture, Pune since 2009. She has been a resource person for many talks related to conservation and history of architecture with COA TRC, Sahapedia, ICOMOS India webinars, and architectural institutions of STPU Pune. She has worked on many conservation projects in last 13 years for Intact Pune, Mumbai, and Design Cell of Singhad College of Architecture. Thank you, Sonal.
Thank you, Dr. Vaishali. May I now request you to please introduce our esteemed jury members also?
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. It is a privilege to introduce our jury members today. Our first jury member is renowned conservation expert Gurmeet Rai. Gurmeet Rai is an architect with specialization in heritage and has worked on conservation of heritage sites, planning for historic areas and policy documents in both India and abroad. She established CRCI India Private Limited, a leading firm in heritage practice in India in 1996. CRCI, since its inception, has prepared cultural heritage conservation and management plans for World Heritage Sites of Red Fort, Delhi, and Ellora Cave, Maharashtra in India, and Lumbini, Nepal, and Bagan, Myanmar. Gurmeet Rai is a conservation expert, architect, and conservation consultant. He has In Punjab, she has worked on conservation of over 50 heritage sites, including Govindgarh Fort, Rambagh Palace Garden, the Summer Palace of Maharaja Ranjit Singh, 19th century buildings such as the City Gate, the Town Hall, and the Office of District Magistrate, designed by the renowned late 19th century architect designer Bhai Ram Singh. In 2015, she was appointed as the Hriday City anchor for the historic city of Amritsar by Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India. Gurmeet has been an advisor to UNESCO in heritage sector in several countries in Southeast Asia and appointed her as the lead consultant for preparation of the cultural heritage policy for Punjab in 2011. In 2012, she was appointed by the World Monuments Fund New York as the project management consultant for conservation of 43 protected monuments in Madhya Pradesh. Gurmeet received the award of distinction from UNESCO for two projects under the Asia Pacific Architectural Heritage Award in the year 2002 and 2004, following which she has been on the jury of Asia Pacific Architectural Heritage Awards of UNESCO for over 15 years. She is currently a member of the steering committee of the TERA 2022, the World Congress on Urban Architectural Heritage, to be organized by Getty Conservation Institute in Santa Fe, USA. In 2021, she has been appointed as Heritage Specialist for the conservation planning of the Parliament building in New Delhi. A warm welcome to you, Gurmeet.
Thank you.
Welcome, Gurmeet.
I will now introduce our next jury member, Conservation Architect GSV Suryanarayan Murthy. GSV Suryanarayan Murthy, a registered architect, is a postgraduate in architectural conservation from SPA New Delhi and has other additional qualifications of PG Diploma in Sustainable Development, IEE New Delhi, PG Diploma in Jyotir Vastu of Telugu University, PG Diploma in Town and Country Planning, Usmania University. He has professional associations and membership with AIIA, as life member with INTACT, as member with ICOMOS India, as member of National Scientific Committee of Cultural Landscape with ICOMOS India. He has international membership with Asian Cultural Landscape Association, Korea. He is also a member with International Institute for Conservation since 2 years. He is practicing as an independent consultant in the field of architecture, conservation and planning and urban design with an approach of reuse, recycle, restore, appropriate use and maintain as principle of design, planning and execution of projects under his proprietary organization of Kshetra and IHS RDA. Specialized in documenting Indian traditional building and historical building knowledge systems, worked under Government of Andhra Pradesh as Assistant Professor, Co-Chair in Center for Urban Development Studies as a trainer and capacity building facilitator. Associated with Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Orissa, Kerala, Delhi, Assam, Punjab, Jharkhand, and Uttar Pradesh states in varied projects of heritage, human settlements, infrastructure planning, and development. He is visiting faculty in architecture and engineering colleges and empaneled architect in central government and state government projects. Welcome, Mr. GSV Suryanarayan Murthy. I now introduce our third jury member, conservation expert Aishwarya Tipnis. Aishwarya Tipnis is an architect, educator, and heritage conservationist based in New Delhi, India. She set up her eponymous practice, Aishwarya Tipnis Architects, in New Delhi, India in 2007. An alumna of the School of Planning of Architecture, New Delhi, she has master's degree in European urban conservation with distinction from the University of Dundee, Scotland in 2007. She is the recipient of the highest civilian honor in the cultural sector, the insignia of Chevalier des Arts et des Lettres, Knight of the Arts and Letters by the government of France in 2018 for her outstanding commitment to preservation of French heritage in India. She is also the recipient of the UNESCO Award for Heritage Conservation in the Asia Pacific region, Award of Merit for Mohibpur Fort, and Honorable Mention for Doon School, Dehradun in 2016. A recipient of the first edition of the Global Cultural Leadership Program, she is also the recipient of Commonwealth Professional Fellowship 2011 as well as Scottish International Scholarship 2006. She has served as a consultant to UNESCO, Asian Development Bank, World Monument Funds New York, as well as Vieille Maison Francaise Paris, Embassy of France in India, Embassy of Kingdom of Netherlands in India. She is also a visiting faculty to the Department of Urban Design at the School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi, and the author of Vernacular Tradition, Contemporary Architecture, published in 2012, and Engagements in the Courtyard, Restoring a Haveli in Old Delhi, 2020. In 2019, she co-founded Jugado Police, a social innovation enterprise to work with youth in making the rich, tangible, and intangible heritage of India relevant in the contemporary sector. A very warm welcome to you, Aishwarya.
Thank you very much,
It
Vaishali.
is indeed a privilege to have such eminent jury for our documentation award this time. Thank you.
A very warm welcome, dear jury members, and thank you so much for being with us and bearing with all the little changes that we've had to make in the date because of some unprecedented events. Thank you so much. Now, Vaishali ma'am, I'm not able to see Architect Murthy in the participant list. He was logged in, but has he got logged out for some reason? Can you please check? Then we would be able to begin.
Yes, I'll just get back to you.
Requesting you all to please bear with us for a couple of minutes. One of our jury members is finding an issue to log in. We will just resolve that and be back with you.
Welcome, GSV Surya Narayan Murthy.
Welcome, Murthy sir. It's a pleasure to have you with us. I think now we have everything in order. Vaishali, can we begin the program now?
Yes, ma'am. I think we'll draw the second name first, like who's going to be the next presenter.
Yes,
Yeah.
please. I
Sonal,
thank
can
each,
we have the yeah.
in the meantime, I thank each one of you for being with us here today and for bearing with us for the little inconveniences, and invite you to remain present with us for the presentations and the final two.
Thank you, Sonal. The second presenter after this first presentation would be with entry code 20DAHZ205. It is about All Saints Cathedral Complex, Nagpur. I'll repeat the entry again. It is 20DAHZ205. The entry is about All Saints Cathedral Complex, Nagpur. Is the team there? Please respond.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So take this time to prepare your presentation after this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sonal, I request you to share the screen for the first presentation.
Vaishali ma'am, for the benefit of the jurors, can I request you to please call out the full code number of the first presenter and the project name?
Yeah. The code number for the first presenter is 20DAHZ111. It is about Chokling Monastery, Himachal Pradesh.
Participants, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Great. If your bandwidth permits you, while you're presenting, please put on your video. But the choice is left to you. You can do whatever you are comfortable with. And Sonal ma'am would be guiding you through the presentation and also making you aware of the time. Sonal, can you put this on full screen, please?
Yes. Should I start the timer?
Yes. Participants, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. All the best to all of you.
Okay, the timer has started.
So good morning, everybody. We are delighted to have the opportunity to speak in front of all of you. So to begin with our documented site, the Chokling Monastery is located in a small village named Bir in Himachal
May I
Pradesh,
request
India.
you to be a little louder?
Okay, ma'am. So, ma'am, the documented site, the Chokling Monastery, is located in a small village named Bir in Himachal Pradesh, India. Our main objective during the documentation was to not only look at the monastery and its element, but also to significantly document the lifestyle of the monks. The core, which is the monastery, cannot be functionally meaningfully effective without supportive functions. We need to preserve traditions, instruct rituals, care for devotees, safeguard the archives, facilitate the visitors, and in general provide supportive infrastructure. Given that we accurately documented the supportive establishment within the site area, that is, the accommodations and the kitchen. Such spaces need not to be visually, stylistically, or thematically as symbolic as the sacred core itself. Yet they cannot be mundane as the civic design. There is much to learn from them, sadly ignored all these decades, despite the fact that these structures are spread all over the world. It is critical to study the uniqueness of this faith-based design approach.
Dear presenter, please let me know when to make the next slide.
Oh, okay, ma'am. Next slide. Next slide, ma'am.
Yes, so for the introduction, the Chokling Monastery is located in the center of a Tibetan colony in Bir, Himachal Pradesh. And it was established in the 1960s by an incarnate Lama of the Yingma lineage of Tibetan Buddhism, migrated to Bir. Today, this monastery houses 60 monks and has an area of 12,000 square meters. Initially, in Buddhist architecture, if we talk about the history, they had just a temple. With time, the concept of monastery came into being. The monastery acted as an amalgamation of a temple as well as a Buddhist college. Therefore, it was called a social institution. So, similarly, in the Chokling Monastery, the initial structure of the monastery was merely tented, in which the daily practices took place. Today, it's a full established complex with stupas, temples, a school for younger monks, and a monk quarter with a 3-year retreat center for the monks. The nature of use and purpose. The complex serves as a purpose of a social institution for Buddhism. The monastery is also used as a living quarters for the monks. Ma'am, next slide. Yes, ma'am. When we talk about the Buddhist architecture, the Chokling Monastery, it was influenced by its topography, culture. Sorry, ma'am. Religion, art, and architecture. It also has characteristics from the Pali Kingdom in India, the Nivari Kingdom in Nepal, and the Tang Dynasty in China. So for all these three, the architecture of the Tibetan Buddhist, it gradually developed from the niches and ritual halls to independent building complexes. The prominent feature of the Tang Dynasty that we see is the use of bilateral symmetry and the articulation of structure and use of gable roof. For the Nivari architecture, it's typically they typically protrude more than 1 meter from the building line, and the building also project outwards. The art and architecture are colorfully radiant, which is in contrast to the gray and ochre color scheme of the Himalayan landscape. It provides the Tibetan Buddhist art is a showcase of the art and imagination at its purest level. Talking about the culture and the tradition, basically culture tells us what a community is. Buddhism is a very large religion followed around the world and has very different cultures and traditions. They don't celebrate the usual festivals, but have their own pujas, an offering and a tribute to Buddha, in which they usually perform their Lama dance, sit together and offer prayers to their guru and meditate for hours. Ma'am, next slide.
Ma'am, next slide, please.
Lifestyle of monks. When we talk about the lifestyle of monks, monks basically practice a very simple lifestyle. Usually they start their day around 4 a.m. followed by an hour of chanting and prayer. They sit together and have breakfast and then have their prayers. The younger monks usually attend the classes of Buddhism in school, while the elder monks spend their time praying. They have their lunch in the afternoon around 2 p.m. And besides that, they have different duties, and every monk, monks are given a specific role to play in their day-to-day running. Next slide, please. Physical form. So when we talk about the architecture of the semi-sacred, talking about the physical form, so the architectural style of the buildings is characterized by a rough form that blends with the surroundings of the environment. These structures are of a monumental scale. They have a rectangular layout. They are battered and trapezoidal walls and have flat roofs. The complex, the accommodation complex, it is designed in a U shape with a central courtyard, where the prayers, the gatherings, and other activities they take place. The temple in the complex acts as a core of the complex, whereas the accommodation, the prayer hall, the school, they act as a semi-sacred space. The core is highly ornamented, whereas the other areas of the complex are comparatively less ornamented. Next slide, please. Spatial arrangement. So for the spatial arrangement, according to the Buddhists, the world is conceived to have 4 dimensions, which are structured as 2 oppositional pairs of 2 axes. So we see that the main temple over here is situated at the intersection of those two axes. The principle of centrality is represented in the model of the monastery, whereby a central prayer hall lies in the intersection of the two world axes. For the complex planning, if we see over here in the diagram, so the internal structure of the main building has evolved from the original temple structure and it symbolizes the center of the Buddhist universe. The overall layout of the building around the main prayer hall has been designed to replicate the layout of a typical mandala, depicting the 4 continents and 8 subcontinents of the Buddhist world. The whole monastery is enclosed by a wall which represents the Mount Chakravarta. This symbolizes that the monastery is protected by an iron fence. Next slide, please. Accommodation layout. As we talked about accommodation layout earlier, that the accommodation layout is in the U shape and has 3 levels, basement, and over it 2 more levels. So the accommodation has a bilateral symmetry and has made use of enclosed open spaces by the provisions of a courtyard at the 2nd level. The incorporation of such ideas have directional hierarchies, a horizontal emphasis, and the illusion of various cosmological, mythological, and other symbolism are all features of Tang architectural style. Next slide, please. Okay, so when we see that there is a difference between the outer elevation and the inner elevation. So comparing that, the outer elevation of a complex is more of a whitewash and is plain in contrast to the inner elevation. The ornamentation over there is comparatively light. When we see the inner facade, on the other hand, it has radiant hues of red and yellow, which are considered to be sacred colors according to the Buddhist belief. The elevation is decorated with columns above with a band of decorative inscriptions, above which there lie 2 bands of pebble just below the slab of each level. Next slide, please.
After documenting the whole complex, we identified few traditional knowledge systems of Buddhist architecture, beginning with the first one, which is the traditional knowledge system of structural safety. To add strength to the structure, the walls were sloped inward at 10 degrees, which helped to dissipate the load laterally. Also, the monastery had a rubble masonry raised plinth, which prevented water from seeping into the complex. The second is the traditional knowledge system of the walls. The outer walls had a wall base of 1 to 1.5 meters, and they were traditionally composed of 2 layers, with an inner layer of crushed stone and an outer layer of clay, which binded together the entire construction. This is now been replaced by 3 layers, which is composed of bricks, followed by a layer of mud, plaster, outermost layer. Ma'am, there's some disturbance.
Excuse me, ma'am. Ma'am, there's some.
Traditional knowledge system of walls. The outer walls had a wall base of 1 to 1.5 meters, and they were traditionally composed of 2 layers of heavy masonry with an inner layer of crushed stone and clay, which binded together the entire construction. Over time, this has now been replaced by bricks and mud plaster, and the interior walls have inner walls that are vertically straight, while the outer walls have an upward slope, which create a battered wall, which is a receding wall that provides protection from earthquakes. Ma'am, next slide. Now talking about the traditional knowledge system of foundation. The process by which a Tibetan monastery is constructed begins with a geomantic survey and ritual cleansing of the site. The monastery had a stone foundation, which was made of rubble masonry, and it also had a layer of tamped sand, which had a minimum depth of 40 centimeters. Traditional knowledge system of the drainage system. The main drain ran along the U-shaped accommodation of the monks at the lower level. And since there was no provision of shafts in the entire monastery, the pipelines for the washrooms on the third level ran over the outer walls and got connected to the drains on the first level of the accommodation. Ma'am, next slide. Now talking about two very interesting traditional knowledge systems. The first is the fenestration size and placement, and the second is the traditional knowledge of doors and window openings. Two distinguishing features of the fenestrations were, first was that the portals had distinct trapezoidal form, which made them appear much larger than their openings. And the second was that the portals were outlined with a thick black border frame, as we can see on the picture on the right. This frame was made from clay and was thickly applied to the masonry wall after the placement of the windows or doors. This detailing basically helped to trap heat to warm the air before it flew inside of the building. Next slide. Talking about the traditional knowledge system of ornamentation, above the window lintels, as we could see in the last picture, and below the slab of the interior elevation of the accommodation were layers of squares which were composed of wooden blocks, and this band of wooden blocks was called the pebur. They were constructed into the wall,
2 minutes remaining.
but they extended beyond the wall surface, thus displaying a row of square ends. In addition to that, the walls and the ceiling of the temple, as well as the other sacred spaces in the complex, had handmade paintings which had scriptures and also spiritual paintings of spiritual leaders of Buddhism. Traditional knowledge of furniture layout. The monks led a very simple lifestyle, and the younger monks had bunk beds, and for the senior elderly monks, they also lived with bare minimum essentials, and they had a mattress to rest, a table to study, and a small shelf to store the minimum things that they had. Next slide. In conclusion, we would like to quote a saying by one of the head monks at the monastery. He said that you don't have to be religious to have faith. With the spread of Buddhism around the world, it developed into a religion from a faith. And the growth of religious schools led to the formation of chaityas, viharas, and stupas, which focused primarily on material and the spiritual needs of the people. But with time, since the spiritual needs of the people grew, it was further classified into temples, palaces, and housing, which led to the formulation of the concept of a monastery, which is a social institution. And Chokling Monastery is an example of one such social institution, which grew over time. It was only a temple complex in the beginning, but over time, it developed a housing accommodation for the monks, a separate kitchen, a dedicated courtyard, and dining.
Time up.
All these structures have had a local relevance, being part of the society and its users, and hence they have an architectural expression rooted in their culture. Thank you.
Thank you, team. May I now request jury members to ask questions if there are any. Audience may also ask questions. They can type it out in the chat box. If time permits, we'll take up their questions too. Over to jury members.
Ma'am, is it open for the audience to ask questions?
You can type it in the chat box. If time permits, we'll take up questions.
Okay, ma'am.
Over to you, jury members.
Gurmeet ma'am, would you like to begin?
I have a query that the focus of this Architectural Heritage Awards has been largely research based, or are they, or were they scoping the work, how they were going to document based on their assessment of the site and the choices they were making?
They were expected to explain what kind of methodology they have opted for documenting it. And it will start with research base, but due to present condition of COVID situation, we have allowed them to take some liberty while presenting it.
Okay, yeah, I can understand that. So all this research work, the documentation or research that they've done has been done remotely.
Not really.
May I answer that?
Please.
Ma'am, this was not done remotely. We actually went to the site and we did all the work. We did a background study before going to the site, but this is our own original work.
Okay.
Yes, Guru. Surya Narayan Murthy, would you like to ask any questions to the team members?
Hello. Ma'am, am I audible? Hello.
Aishwarya?
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes,
So
we
I
can
wanted
hear
to
you.
ask them, based on your research, what do you think? You said this monastery was set up in the 60s, right? So based on your research, what do you think, which of the technologies that were used in the construction of this monastery do you think are sustainable and can be taken forward for modern buildings in the region? You get my question?
Yes, ma'am, we do. Ma'am, so few of the things that we feel can be incorporated, sustainable practices. I think one was the use of the stone foundation that they have, where they used rubble masonry, which they had a raised plinth and foundation also that they had, basically to prevent water seepage inside the building. So that the stone foundation, so that was one thing that we can use in such areas, which we feel is a sustainable practice. And the other thing that they used was that instead of having artificial paints, using artificial paints inside the buildings for the ornamentation, the detailing, for coloring the sculptures, they basically made their own paint. So that was also another thing which we can use. And another thing was, ma'am, the provision of courtyards. They had a central courtyard in the accommodation. So that was another sustainable feature which we can accommodate in our buildings nowadays, because it allowed for cross ventilation across the whole accommodation.
I think that answers Aishwarya's query. Is there any other question? Murthy sir, would you like to?
No, I think no questions.
Okay. Thank you, team.
Thank
I
you.
think we can move on to the next presentation. But before that, we would like to announce the third presenter after the second presentation. The entry is 20 DAH Z201. The project title is Lepakshi Kalyan Mandapam, a semi-sacred complex.
Hello, ma'am. Ma'am, 1101 here, ma'am. I have to inform you something, that this somebody from the same ID which is login disturbing us in between the presentation.
We'll take a note of that. In fact, we have given a warning that if found scribbling while the presentation is on, that person will be removed from the event. So we request all the participants not to create any kind of nuisance while the presentation is on. And I also request that you please keep yourself muted. Yeah, I will again declare the third entry that is going to present after this. The code number is 20DAH Z201. The project title is Lepakshi Kalyan Mandapam, a semi-sacred jinx. Is the team present? Please respond.
Yes, ma'am.
We are here.
Okay, so after the second presentation gets over, you will be presenting the third. Sonal madam, may I request you present your third, sorry, second presentation?
Should I start the time?
Is the team there?
Yes, ma'am. We are here.
Okay. So do we start your presentation?
This is the
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
and I've started.
Sonal madam, please go ahead.
Yes, your timer starts now.
A very good morning to one and all present here, respected jury members, professors, and students. I am here to present the documentation of the All Saints Cathedral Complex, Southern Nagpur. The exploration of genesis and genealogy of cultural historic buildings explicate many aspects of architectural pedagogy. Thus, documentation study forms the core of academic curriculum. Documentation of any historical build can be done through many perspectives. In this study, documentation is done to understand how architecture reflects the culture and its religious beliefs. Heritage documentation ventures into many possible perspectives like dweller's lifestyle, occupation, activity pattern, etc. Amongst these locates an untraversed angle that studies their faith, beliefs, tradition, which morphs into religion, and how these faith keepers express their beliefs through architecture. Next. Then the aim of this year's documentation was to explore one such culture and understand the rooted expression that reflects in architecture. The study of such sacred structures has been done ample of times, but the main highlight of this study will not be recording of sacred structures itself, but those neglected extensions that help to propagate the belief. Now, looking back upon any historic narrative, we miss out many such structures that are equally important as the one representative built and has remained in backdrop. Now, indulging into thought of what these many secondary structures are, we see that these structures have the same sacred spirit, tangibly and intangibly, which can be civic to some point. A typology that lies somewhere between sacred and civic defines the term semi-sacred. These built are ancillary, complementary, and contributing support of sacred built, without which the sacred essence would have been unfinished. The selected site is the All Saints Cathedral complex situated in Sadar, is one of the oldest city codes of Nagpur. Faith-based study revolves around the concepts of Christianity, more elaborated on the Protestants' beliefs. Apart from the structure's aesthetic and intricate architectural detailing, the major reason for this site selection was to understand the genesis of Christian religion, which sprouted amidst the Hindu majority and continued evolving. Now, further indulging into understanding the amount of stronghold the European colonizers have had on India leads to both positive and negative impacts on one such impact is the rise of Christianity in India, which has started long before the establishment of East India Company through the means of missionaries. Next. Christianity is a religion that revolves around the life teachings of the Jesus of Nazareth. This entire process revolves around the Protestants' belief, and further, it is important to understand the term semi-sacred as mentioned before. This typology is concerned with the design and construction of spaces supporting and performing administrative pursuit along with social activities related to places of worship. Now, for instance, we understand that the cathedral is the sacred build or the representative build, and indulging it with the church and its extensions like the bishop house, bell cages, parish hall, etc. are few important structures that can be prominently seen in almost every cathedral complex. Among these, church is the core sacred space which makes us realize a connection with the Holy Spirit. Next, the illustration very briefly tries to explain the origin of Christianity in Nagpur with few of its impacts which influenced the growth of religion in the city. Next sheet. The second sheet focuses on site introduction with growth of Nagpur provision, which led to the fundamental beginning of All Saints Cathedral.
talking about the site study, All Saints Cathedral, located in the heart of Nagpur in southern area, 2 kilometers north, is nearby the Bishop Cotton School. This 19th century Gothic style church is the Cathedral Church of North India. It is an architectural marvel and one of the finest churches in Nagpur. Next, focusing on the physical attributes, on-site vegetational landscape covers 60% of the total site area, which provides natural shade to the existing buildings. The site has a gentle slope which is inclined towards south. Next, the site map explains the circulation and major connections which are classified by primary, secondary, and tertiary road networks. The primary circulation talks about the major road networks that circles around the site and connects it with the city. The secondary circulation talks about the paved pathways that connects the structures within the complex, providing vehicular transition. And lastly, the tertiary circulation speaks about the under construction paths for pedestrians used to commute inside the complex. The illustrative drawing shows the major entry-exit points of the complex from the primary network road. Next is the climate study, which briefly explains about the 5 basic parameters that are air temperature, humidity, precipitation, sun path, and wind pressure. The data collection and analysis regarding the same helps to understand the consideration taken in building design at that time. Next, moving further, we ponder upon the administration, establishment, and its impact. The site location map shows the major areas and the buildings occupied by the Britishers that marked the start of their formation in Nagpur. Next, the history of Britishers' impact had started to take effect in Nagpur. So instead of disturbing the old city core, they built an entirely new city to the west of the railway station. Next, and the last illustration of streetscape showcases the skyline of colonial buildings of Sadr reflects Britishers' way of exercising their life around the establishment of Saints Cathedral. Next sheet. In 1804, the Britishers established their residency in Nagpur and by defeating the Bhoslas. Soon enough, they became the Lord of Nagpur. Simultaneously, as the war was on, the civil and army personnel situated in Sadr near Kastujan Park, which was the armory, began to clamor for establishment of a church for their faith keeping and also a means of education for the children. Thus, a school named Bishop Cotton was established and the administration decided to build a station church. Soon enough, the surrounding colony increased due to their victory and the people demanded for better facilities for their faith keeping, and thus All Saints Cathedral complex was established. Instead of the cathedral documentation of 3 major backdrop structures which are interpreted as semi-sacred structures, namely the parish hall, the bishop's house, and the All Saints home, was done. Each of the structures individually yet collectively played a major role in propagating the Christian cathedral. Next, Bishop House. The Bishop House is one of the important structure of All Saints campus, as Bishop is the only person who connects people to cathedral. Chatterton was the first bishop when he first arrived in his diocese with the ambition to spread Christianity in Nagpur, and to do the same, the archdeacon, chaplain, and bishop would have to accommodate it. After the formation of government, the central province began the construction of house in 1906 and was completed by the 1907. Since 1940, building came to be known as Bishop House. All Saints Home. Bishop Cotton School was brought by Church of England to meet educational need of the local Eurasia community as well as the Anglo-Indians. The first meeting was concluded on the notice of starting the home and calling it as All Saints Orphanage. This bishop was given the Hillcrest property for the girls' home and hostel due to increase in number of residents. By 1922, the building took shape and was ceremonially opened on 9th November 1922 for 50 students. Parish Hall. Bishop wished for church hall for a long time. As Nagpur had been designated as headquarters of diocese, the frequent visitations and conferences would hailed, so need of a hall was urgent. Mr. Beck, the consultant architect, designed a hall at the far west end of the church complex near to All Saints Orphanage fence. This hall is being used for religious meetings as well as for social gatherings.
Next sheet, please. This sheet briefly explains about the first semi-sacred structure identified. Ma'am, next sheet. All Saints Cathedral is a co-ed dormitory for all the students and faculties of Bishop Cotton School. It was an extension of All Saints Cathedral since it was under the administration of first bishop, that is Irish Atherton. The ideology to build this dormitory was for underprivileged students of Bishop Cotton School, where the teaching of their tradition is extended to the students. All Saints Home was completed in 1912. Next. The building is oriented in east-west direction. The hierarchy of spaces can be seen in the plan form with respect to private, semi-private, and public activity. All the public and semi-public spaces are placed on the ground floor, and semi-private and private spaces are placed on the first floor. The given image portrays the architectural style of building. Next. The isometric view explains about the plan form, its spatial approaches, and the sequential unfolding of spaces. There is semi-open elevated platform and playground located on the periphery of hostel. The plan tries to manifest the relationship between spaces and the user activity prominently. Next sheet. This sheet documents all the vernacular elements used. Timber flooring is used on first floor. The roof is sloping and supported by wooden trusses. On the exterior facade of the house, overhanging chhajjas are used to protect the opening from harsh sunlight and rain. Jali patterns are created by arranging bricks in a specific pattern which reduce glare and allows diffuse light to pass through, and also allowing for proper air circulation, which can be seen in facade detailing. Next. Next is the elevation, which showcases the architectural element prominently used and highlighted in front facade. Next. Further, the detailed section demonstrates the overall massing of the structure. Next. The plan explains the placement of rooms with high ceiling and clear story window. Common gathering spaces are carved.
So do we talk about this is the model which we so do we talk about that this is a model which we have made of Sumitra Dadi house like that?
Ma'am, there is some disturbance or some.
Request to the viewers to please mute themselves. Let presenters present it first. You can type your questions in the chat box. Please carry on. Presenter, please carry on.
Yes, ma'am. The plan explains the placement of rooms with high ceiling and clear story windows. Common gathering spaces are carved out on first floor in form of an open terrace that can be seen in the section. The utility area serves as courtyard for the secondary activities that takes place in surrounding places. Next sheet. Bishop House is a second semi-sacred structure identified. It is a residential building which was built as a dwelling for bishop of the cathedral. A part of a house is considered the bishop's office. It was completed in 1970. As the church was evolved, cathedral it became the site of bishop. Since the bishop is the head who is responsible for all the administrative work, he will be needing a residence near the cathedral where the people can approach him. This extension acts as a vessel to shelter the head of cathedral, which acts as his office and residences. Next. Further is the zoning and spatial organization, configuration of built and semi-built spaces. The position of the spaces in residences has been planned in a linear form to facilitate a smooth and easy flow from one space to another without hindering the activities of one another. A grid pattern and hierarchy of spaces are seen to be very similar to the spaces in the cathedral. Next.
Last 2 minutes remaining.
Yes. Images showing semi-built spaces about exterior facade of the building. The elevation shows the symmetrical elements used in facade design, its massing. The plan explaining overall planning in terms of private and semi-private spaces. The dwelling employed climate-responsive techniques and material like insulation in wall, roof, terraces, and veranda for maintaining temperature in day or night, thick walls, use of chhajja, sandstone for strength, lime mortar for preventing water from entering inside the building. Next sheet. The next is climate response, as Nagpur district experiences composite climate characterized with extremely harsh summer and winters. Thus, further explain about the material used. Sandstone is used as construction of plinth as highly durable. Interior wall made of bricks, adjusting the building temperature, and they store heat and cool air. Next is the explanation regarding vernacular adaptation from cathedral to house. Pointed arches are used in cathedral, but here the simplified and less dominant form is used. The particular section and elevation are showing the overall massing level, land type, and architectural elements used. The isometric view emphasizes on the functional values of spaces. Next sheet. These exploded views expressing the structural details of flooring and roofing. And above illustrations are showing joinery details of elements like door, window, chhajja, trusses. Next sheet.
This sheet briefly talks about parish hall. Introduction of parish hall and justification of its semi-sacred roots. Next. The configuration of spaces is according to the activities performed. Next. The plan shows the hierarchy in spaces in terms of major activities and its relation to built spaces. Next.
Time up. Time up.
Yes, ma'am, I'm just concluding. Then and the next sheet is about the elevations and sections and construction details explaining about that parish hall. Next. And next sheet. Yes, ma'am. The photographic panel showcases all the on-site photographs with the details of various architectural elements. It also emphasizes on the built form character, the open semi-open relationship of the spaces. Yes, ma'am, I'm done.
Thank you, team. It was wonderful. May I invite jury to ask questions?
Yeah. So the first, can I go in first?
Sure.
Yeah, so I must congratulate the team for this very comprehensive documentation. But is all this work original, the measure drawings and?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Everything is original.
You've undertaken that
like
work
we have
yourself.
gone to the site, documented, and like provided. Yes.
Okay. And so one question to you would be, to the team would be that what are the key considerations? I mean, what do you see in the architecture that you can summarize as being climate responsive, from site to building materials to the whole, the entire narration? How would you summarize that?
A few things would be like the planning of the Bishop House, how it has been planned, like a buffer zone has been created. Here in Nagpur, we have a very harsh summer, so a buffer zone around the main activity or the primary activity has been created, so as to like reduce the heat gain in the main private main activities or primary activities, I can say. So one thing is that. The second is the clear story windows and the heavy roofs used. Like these are all the strategies used for climate responsibility.
And what are you referring to as the buffer zone?
Can I have buffer zone? If you have
no, do you mean the verandas and the secondary
verandas
around
yes,
the central living spaces?
Yes.
Or yeah, that's what. So I would recommend, don't use words like this, like a buffer zone and all that. You should be more specific. Your vocabulary should be more specific. I mean, your presentation revealed that, but even don't get down to, classification and nomenclatures, which, you need to understand better. And would the other team members also want to say something about the climate responsive features or elements or principles that you see other than what one of your team members has stated?
No, ma'am, that was it.
One of you said that the orientation is east-west. I would say the orientation is north-south. Why would you call it east-west orientation? That the buildings are laid out east-west orientation.
Yes, ma'am.
That was for a particular structure. The complex consists of many such structures, and the orientation differs structure to structure. Therefore, it is mentioned like that.
Okay. No, because I would urge you to, I mean, it's very wonderfully documented. I must congratulate the team, but I would urge you people to look at your documentation, because what I've understood from all your buildings is that it's very clearly north-south oriented. You're living, the core areas of the building are of course you've got your prime, you've got almost like two circles of encircling the central spaces, and with verandas on the eastern and the western side and the southern side. And there, it's a very, what you're summarizing as climate responsive. In fact, there's many more details there. Between the heights, your drawings speak about it very beautifully, about the ventilation, the layering from the outer circle to the secondary, then the core rooms, and you see that in as well, and in terms of in the planning as well. And there's a lot being said here in terms of materiality as well. And so it's a very interesting complex to understand climate responsive building here. Over to the other jury members.
May I invite Murthy sir?
Yeah. Yeah, when you mentioned the structural documentation, whenever these buildings are documented, most of the time we remain with the floor level, we stop at the floor level, and what is not visible is just left as what is not visible. But you could do it for a few portions, what is not visible, like Jakarch. How did you do that? Is it from some secondary source, or is it directly, have you done some ultrasonic sound test to reveal the section, cross section? How could you do the construction of that Jakarch? So if that is possible, why the foundation is also not possible? Why do we need to do the documentation up to floor level only?
So I didn't get your question.
See, the question is, you have done Jakarch. How did you do that?
How did we document, like,
from this building?
In the Bishop House, it was used in the like verandas and all the exterior spaces of the Bishop House. So it was documented like the distance between what is the span of the arch and what is the central distance. So that's how we documented it.
But inside also you have done. Is it just only the profile of the Jakarch?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It was not visible from inside, so that is what we have done.
No, but your actual drawing shows a little bit of detail. But,
sections.
so that means if that was possible, we should start actually guessing such things even for foundations also. No doubt the overall work is very good. And as pointed out by Gurmeet, right, I think the orientation is required to be checked. I don't know how come such a complete difference of east, west, and north, south is there. I don't know. Please check that. And what I suggest is these kind of documentations when you are attempting invisible portions, inaccessible portions. If you could do to a very minute detail, also attempt such even for foundations and foundations also. That is what I like to comment upon. Over to another juror, Aishwarya.
Yes, Aishwarya.
I think you, Gurmeet and Surya, have already said everything that I have to say. I just have one curious question. So when you guys started the presentation, you said that you're going to look at this building from the lens of culture and religious belief. So my question is that did you find any differences in terms of construction or in terms of architectural treatment of this building that is distinguishing it from a secular building? Do you understand my question? What was so specific
Yes.
about this being a Christian institution that you have found in your documentation?
Yes,
Not
ma'am. There are a lot of difference.
I think the one who is answering is not from our team. Can I answer now?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. The difference between the secular, or the, we can say, sacred and the semi-sacred two structures, I would say, like in the sacred structure, the lot of ornamentation or the detailing to every part of like every element, building element is done. So to make people realize and like create that impact. But here in the semi-sacred structures, similar elements, like if arches are being used in the church or the cathedral, so similar elements are being used here, but with less ornamentation, or like with more functionality, like which can be like with reduced ornamentation, we can say. So so this is how there is like this is the difference between two typologies, I can say.
What I'm trying to ask you is, what is, I understand that there is ornamentation and there is, an arch is a structural system, whether it's secular or non-secular. What I'm trying to understand is, were you able to look at the structure and find some connection to what kind of religious institution it was holding? Is there a specific kind of detailing? Was there a specific kind of, painting, sculpture, anything that was iconographic to, support your claim that you are going to be documenting this from the perspective of culture and religious belief?
Yes, like the all the three structures like documented are like most important in the complex, like because with all three, like if bishop house, if we selected in that house is very much necessary for the functioning of that community in the region. So that's why that house was constructed, and it is now also functioning very well. So like this is how we selected the structures. I hope I'm answering your question, but
ma'am, I wanted to add something to it. Now, as we can see, there was a very minute detail that we understood from documenting it, and it was that as we documented three different typologies. One was a house, one was a hostel, and one was a civic propaganda hall. So what we understood was that the planning of the hall was in a way similar to that of the church, since it was the most and the best related to it. The planning system was very much similar, as we can see in the sheet also. It was mentioned there that both of the plans, the church and the hall, had a T-shaped planning, as we can usually see in cathedrals. Yes, I'm done.
Okay. Thank you, team. I think we may take up one question from the audience, but it has to be very brief. The question is, when you said you have documented the structure, what methods you use to measure such large structure so that you could get accurate measurements? The team, you may answer this, but you have to be very brief because we already overran the time. Yes. Please unmute yourself. Please unmute yourself.
Yes,
ma'am, some person is trying to answer.
Hello.
Yes, please.
Yes. Campus level documentation was done through the triangulation methods, and on like the large structures were documented through using the distrometer or the digital distance calculator, like basic.
Okay, thank you, team.
Thank you.
Now, before we move on to our third presentation, I would like to invite you to take a draw for the next category first presentation. The next category is category B, arts and crafts related to buildings. After third presentation gets over, we'll move on to our next category. May I request Sonal to spin the wheel to get our first presenter from the second category?
Sure, I'll spin it.
Thank you, Sonal. The number 1 corresponds to the entry code 20DACZ101. It is about streetscape inventory of Nashik. Is the team present?
Yes, ma'am.
I will repeat the entry. The code number is 20DLCZ101, streetscape inventory of Nashik.
Yes, ma'am. We are present.
Okay. So
Yes,
after this presentation gets over, you will be presenting the next.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah. Sonal, may I request you to share the presentation of the third presenter of category A?
Before she begins, just a little note for the jury members. Please note that we are presenting 3 projects in each category. With this presentation, the Lepakshi one, we would have completed 3 projects of category A. This is architectural heritage. Jury members would be requested to do the marking on the sheets which have been given to you. And at the end of the day, there will be a little meeting for all of you where you can decide on which would be the winner, that is the topper in the category, and the 2 citations. So just a little reminder to you to make a note of your observations. Also, when we would be doing a publication of this, your observations would be important because they would be recorded in the document. Thank you.
Good morning, respected jury members and everybody present here. So today we.
Yeah, just a second. Yeah. Let me announce that your time starts now, please. Yes, you may.
Yes, ma'am.
Group 3, you may please begin. Your timer starts.
Good morning, everyone. Today, we'd like to share a documentation study on semi-sacred spaces with the example of Kalyanam Mandapam at Lipakshi Temple in Anantapur district, Andhra Pradesh. We will talk about how the emergence of spaces within this complex formed and affected the way temples were used, which left a mark on the pilgrimage even till today. Next slide. With the evolution of architectural form, sacred spaces were established. This defined a boundary for religious practices to take course. But as religion took power over empires along with its economy and polity, the purely sacred spaces had to now facilitate other functionalities within the complex, which gave birth to semi-sacred spaces. Although incredibly important, it is unfortunately a lesser known typology of architecture. Next slide. Penukonda was the second capital of the Vijayanagar Empire after the fall of Hampi. It was also known as the defense capital of Vijayanagar Empire. Lipakshi is a moderate village located 30 kilometers south of Penukonda. Next slide. The region in which Lipakshi is situated forms parts of northern extremity in the Mysore Plateau, having a gentle slope towards the south. The area is generally flat, surrounded by hills, and the land is more or less poor and infertile due to being formed from the granitoid rocks. Next slide. The Vijayanagar architecture that was prominent here can broadly be classified into religious, courtly, and civic architecture, as can the associated sculptures and paintings. Next slide. In the initial phase of the style, the temples constructed by Rayas carried inspiration from Chalukyas, Pandyas, and Hoysalas. Next slide. However, soon the architectural style started to develop into its own. Next slide.
So let's go back in time a little and start off with the origin of this very place which we are talking about right now, Lepakshi. In the Treta Yuga, the time which is related with the Hindu epic Ramayana, there was an incident that took place in this very spot, like Lepakshi. It is said that Jatayu and Ravana had a fight, and Jatayu's wing was cut off. After which Lord Rama said "Le Pakshi," which literally means "get a bird" in Telugu. Another legend is being in India. Obviously, one place never has only one story related to it. So another legend stands around 1400s and 1500s, which talks about Virupanna. Next slide, please. Let's talk about architectural features before the Vijayanagar Empire started. For example, in the Chola architecture, the temple complex was a unified structure, while in Vijayanagar temple architectural style, the concept of numerous mandapas, pillared halls, and shrine to minor deities were introduced. Some of these features developed as distinctive Vijayanagara architectural style, which also which were also the result of local environment. If we talk about a comparison of Hoysala temple architecture, uh, in Hoysala temple architecture, the attention was given to the exquisite details and their skilled craftsmanship. The tower over the temple shrine, which is also known as Vimana, is delicately finished with intricate carvings, showing attention to the ornate and elaborately detailed rather than to just the form and height. But in typical Vijayanagar architectural style, after entering through Raya Gopurams, one finds themselves in a large courtyard with the main shrine in the center of the courtyard. And along with this main shrine, there are usually subsidiary shrines, vast hypostyle halls, pavilions, and other annexes constructed at designated positions in the complex. Next slide, please. Next. Yeah. So temples in Vijayanagar Empire were not just places for worship. They were they started becoming centers where singing, dance, drama, and music was performed, cultural activities being taken place. Temples started serving as banks for the people and the welfare projects of the city. Next slide, please. So the temples also provided boarding and lodging facilities to Brahmins, students, guests, and pilgrims. So all of these can't happen in just a temple with statue of God in Garbhagriha. There obviously was a need of architectural space for all these functions to take place. That's when the concept of building semi-sacred spaces came in. Uh,
Next slide, please. So semi-sacred places, they not only were the temple complex not only served as a worshipping space, but also as a activities area where people had interactions and they formed communities and they came together and celebrated festivals and other rituals like marriages or any other major events that took place in any village. Next slide, please. Making temple complexes as a community building, there were many advantages of this. There was social economic upliftment because people came together and interacted with each other, and cost efficient because instead of building temporary structures to perform duties, they had this permanent temple structure. And then community as an architect, because instead of hiring architects, the people in that area of the temple were architects and they carved and built the structures. Next slide. About this temple, the Veerabhadra temple, it is located in Lepakshi and dedicated to Lord Shiva.
Lord Shiva, Veerabhadra is a furious form of Lord Shiva, and a few attractive points here are the hanging pillar in the Natya Mandapam, the Sita Padam, which is supposedly the footprint of Lord Sita Devi, and then there are frescoes on the roofs of Natya Mandapam, that is, and also surrounding the main uh, central phantom. Next slide. Parts of the temple, there are majorly three entrance and exit gates. One is in the north, east, and the other is in the west. Earlier, the main entrance was the east entrance, but then right now, for convenience, they have made the main entrance to be the north one. And then as we enter to the Natya Mandapam, then followed by the main Garbhagriha. Coming out, we have the Yagnashala and Panchanga Shravanam on the northwest corner, and then there's Kalyana Mandapam on the southwest corner. Then also there's Pakashala and a few monoliths, that is Nagalinga and a Ganesha idol. Next slide. The Garbhagriha, or the main cell, has three important shrines, that is the Veerabhadra shrine, Pampaneshwara shrine, and Raghunatha shrine. And also Pakashala is this place which forms as a community kitchen for the temple, where all the major cooking happened throughout the year. Next slide. Then Kalyana Mandapa, or the marriage hall, is an open structure behind the main temple in the inner enclosure. Then Natya Mandapa is a pillared hall which has life-size sculptures of gods and goddesses. Then Dharmshala is a colonnade of prakara along the temple prakara, and it's a place which provided accommodation for people who came for pilgrimages. Then Somavara Mandapa is a pillared mandapa where meetings were held, which were of legislative importance on Mondays, as the name suggests, Somvara. And then there's Panchanga Shravanam and Yagyashala, which are located on the northwest corners of the inner enclosure. Next slide.
So coming to the parts of the temple that we documented, the parts that we did were the Kalyana Mandapa, the Dharmashala, which is a hub of social welfare services, the Yogashala, and the Panchanga, which were supportive spaces for the temple undertakings. Next slide, please. As it restores the authenticity of the sacred rituals of the marriage, the grand but unfinished Kalyana Mandapa stands at the southwest corner of the Lepakshi temple complex. The open structure has 38 pillars in total, with intricate carvings of several gods, sages, Dhanvantris, and the 8 Dikapalas. The system of bays run along the entrances of the north and the east side, and the north side also extends up to the earlier sanctuary of the Raghunathalya shrine, whereas towards the west, the only roof construction, which is the Lata Mandapa, or the Hall of Creepers, stands supported by a series of 36 columns. The central 15 columns of the mandapa represent the guests of the holy wedding of Lord Shiva and Parvati Devi. These columns were directly set on floor with no pavement slabs and peripheral eaves. Next slide, please. Despite the construction being halted, the internal layout was made very clear. The 22.5 meter square open columnar structure with carvings similar to the ones of the Natya Mandapa, but less detailed, have motifs featuring intricate carvings of flowers, animals, the Dasavataram, and a lady with a mirror. A series of spaces were designed based on a Vastu Shastra and were built on a raised platform with auspicious entrance towards the north and the east. The plinth towards these entrances were highly decorated with sequences of lotuses, petaled kapotas, ribbed kumotas, and yali. The next slide. The external columns were of 10 typologies mostly, with simple and rectangular, with projected capitals to structurally support the large span of the mandapa. 7 peripheral columns on the east are 16-sided faceted shafts with central foliated bands, as you can see in the pictures here. Next slide, please.
Yeah, so one of the major reasons to build Kalyana Mandapams during the Vijayanagar Empire was to held Brahmotsavams, as in marriage of gods. Here, this slide shows the major rituals involved in a Hindu wedding, as in which follows all the rituals like the Ganesh Pujan, Graha Shanti, Kanyadan, and all that. So Kalyana Mandapam played a major role in any of the temple complex built during the Vijayanagar Empire. Next slide, please.
Standing the test of time, the Kalyana Mandapa is a great example of well thought out semi-secret space in the temple complex. However, it stays and remains cursed. An ancient folklore recalls a religious man named Virupana, a regional governor who had used up all the money from the state treasury in the construction of this temple complex. On hearing this, the king Achyutaya had ordered Virupana punishment to be blinded. Unable to bear this accusation, Virupana blinded himself and threw his eyes on the wall and left the Kalyana Mandapa cursed.
2 minutes remaining.
Yeah, next slide.
So Dharmshala is a series of colonies in the outer Prakara, and it was used as a place for staying back for the pilgrimages when they came to Lipakshi. Next slide. Yeah, there is an extended Dharmshala right now which are converted into residences and being used by the common people. Next slide. This is one part of the Dharmshala made into a model, and these are the views of the Dharmshala throughout the span of the temple. Next slide. A Panchanga Shravanam is a calendar reading area. It's a square pillared mantapa on a with a plan of a tricular shrine. It was built on a raised platform, and the main purpose of this Panchanga Shravanam was to read the new calendar during the new year of Telugu calendar, that is Yugadi. So it was built in the middle of 16th century. Next slide. Yagya Mandapa or the Yagyashala, this is a space which was used to perform yagyas or yagas during special occasions or during the festivals. So as seen here in the exploded model, there's a stack effect which happens when the yagya is performed in this space. The smoke which rises moves out through the gap provided there. Next slide. This is a model.
Time up.
Ma'am, we'll conclude. This is the model of both the spaces, Yagyashala and Panchanga Shravanam. Next. One of the major attractions is the hanging pillar. This pillar is in the Natya Mantapam, and it does not touch the floor on the 3 corners which is made. Next slide.
Maybe you could move on to the next slide. So I would talk about the construction. The entire temple complex was carved out of tortoise-shaped hill or Kurma Durga in granite, compared to the older times where detailed carvings were made out of soapstone.
Presenter, please run through your slides. Your time is already up. Don't speak, you can run through your slides.
I'm sorry?
After your time gets over, please run through your remaining slide. Don't speak about that. Yes, thank you. May I invite Aishwarya for your comments?
Hi. So I just wanted to ask the team how much of it they were able to do during this COVID time. Were they able to go and actually measure, or all of this is from secondary sources? Because there's a lot of work already done on the temple architecture of this region. Can they just clarify that?
Ma'am, we were present on site for a week. We did this on site. It's not like during the COVID time, it was before the COVID time. So we did all our measurements on site physically.
And ma'am, I think this was done much before January 2020. The documentation, yeah.
So exactly, it was done in January 2020 itself, and like the details which we have tried to incorporate are also shown in our sheets. So we have mostly covered all the, as my teammates said, we have mostly covered all the details, and we have tried to replicate those in our drawings and models as well, which can also be seen in the sheets. And we were there for approximately a week. We took permission from the temple authorities, and we were there like 6 to 8 hours daily. So this is all done on site.
Yes.
I have one question for the team. You made a comment that, if I've understood it correctly, that it's the institution that developed first, and that led to demand for a certain kind of architecture. Do you think these things happen sequentially? Do you think institutions develop first, the complexities of how these spaces, semi-sacred spaces that you call them, that they developed first and then there was demand and that led to the demand of physical spaces? Or do you think this happens concurrently and spaces evolve?
Yes, ma'am. So what we suppose happened was the temples started being the places where people started to gather and talk and interact with the community, and that led to the construction of these spaces, because majority of the decisions was started to being taken in the temples itself, especially in this Vijayanagar Empire. So that's what I hope I've answered the question.
See, what I would like to flag here, because I'm no specialist on temples, but in terms of evolution of civilizations, it's not so simplistic. You can't say this first people started gathering and therefore that led to the demand of a certain kind of a requirement of a certain space, and therefore architecture comes in. So it doesn't quite happen like that. So we should not, simplify. That's why in the area of architectural heritage, you have multidisciplinary teams. This is a very, very complex subject. So we should refrain from, oversimplifying some of these. I mean, you can clearly talk about mythology, narratives being represented in how it informs architectural form. You can talk about evolution from maybe dating a simpler building leading to more complex building, but we cannot talk about, oversimplify human evolution or civilizational evolutions. So be
Yes, ma'am. Actually, there was an evolution of spaces. Like with each ruler, the number of spaces and the type and the amount of detailing that went into each space improved and increased as well. Like in Hampi, there are
So
in
what I'm saying
Hampi
is
there
stay
are
with that.
Yeah, sure, ma'am. In Hampi, there are more complex temples with more number of spaces, which are more semi-sacred and secondary as compared to only worshipping as it was before. I hope it answered.
Yeah, I think this is a question. I think what Gurmeet has raised is very important. So when we are actually documenting these things, oversimplification, just trying to address and resolve the spaces by functional means. is not the end of documentation and is not the purpose of documentation. So that I think we should remember whenever we are documenting these things. Oversimplification means you are trying to find the conclusion and you are finding the secret. No doubt one can find the secret, but it is not just only function related resolve of the place or building that we are documenting. That is one thing. And so when you mentioned the fresco paintings, the overall documentation, the flow is not giving the direct visual representation of what you are talking, both in the on the sheet and also your talk. I think one has to be really careful about what we are speaking and what is visible. There we speak because you are presenting what is there for looking at and for seeing, and you are showing us, and you are speaking only that, and you are also representing that in terms of text. So that link is missing at few places. Though there were narrative sketches of Kalyana Mandapam and the process of marriage and all has been already sketched out. But what you are presenting over the building is missing in terms of graphics. Yeah, otherwise it is a very good selection and topic.
So one doubt here, is it possible for them to present our sheets as well? Because this was done over a smaller period of time and the sheets are the actual documentation work which we have done on site as in the overall project. So if that could be possible.
We have seen the sheets, I think not more than these sheets. If there are any other additional sheets, I think you could have added already as part of all this. I know we do appreciate that there exists a lot of your sketch work and there could be many more sheets and many more pictures. But this we are considering as the final presentation, which you actually framed and as a comprehensive idea, whatever you collected in the point of time.
I would like to also add here that when you're dealing with such a complex topic, it might have been helpful to also reference the base data that you have taken, because there is a lot in your presentation which we already know other scholars have done, and it would have been nicer if you would have acknowledged that in your detailing of understanding of temples or understanding of the sacred spaces, because it will only make your work more robust. At the moment, it comes across that this is all your invention, which it is not. So I would just advise you for the future that please reference what you have taken from other sources before you claim that it is all of your work.
Yes.
Yes,
I think that's the end of second presentation. Sorry, that's the end of the presentation. Before we start with the next presentation in the next category, may I ask Sonal to spin the wheel to know the next presenter? Thank you, Sonal.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, when will our call come, right?
You please write in chat box, don't disturb because it is tightly scheduled. We are already shortlisted the names, entry codes, and we are going by the draw. Okay. So the next presenter after this is going to be entry code 20 DSCZ 401, an epitome of mystic architecture. Is the team here? Please respond. I will again repeat the
Yes,
entry
ma'am,
code.
we are here.
Yeah, okay, fine. So after this current presentation, you will be presenting. So be ready.
Oh, ma'am.
Yeah. Sonal, I request you to share the presentation of the
Yes.
first presentation of B category.
Yes, we begin with our next category. I'm sharing my screen. Presenters, once I say your timer starts, you may please begin.
Yes, ma'am.
Also, one small instruction is if your time gets over, please run through your remaining slides. You need not speak about those slides.
Okay, ma'am. Sure, ma'am. Good morning, everyone.
Your time starts now. You may please begin.
Good morning, everyone who are present here. Happy Women's Day to all the ladies here. Good morning, respected jurors and COA host team. Welcome to our presentation of Streetscape Inventory of Nashik. This documentation was part of a settlement study undertaken in 2017 in the city of Nashik by a group of 7 students. The art and craft and architecture was documented in 2 heritage parts of the city, namely Panchvati and Old Nashik, to create a booklet of inventory of art and craft in the facade elements of the building in Nashik. This documentation was an attempt to capture the detailing and craftsmanship that exists in a city, which creates a unique character and fabric to the city. All the details still hold the memories of bygone age. In absence of these details, the character of the city will be lost. Next slide.
Nashik is a city in northwestern Maharashtra state. It lies in the western Ghats along the Godavari River and is situated along the major road and rail routes. The river parts the city into two, with each bank associated with a different era and has unique cultural and architectural significance. The main part of the city lies on the southern bank of the river. Panchavati, a quarter on the left bank, has several temples. The city's riverbanks are lined with ghats. It is one of the important pilgrimage and economic cities. Owing to the reference of Ramayana, it was believed that Lord Ram, during his exile, took shelter in one of the caves on the western banks of the Godavari River, which is famously known as Panchavati.
Next slide.
Nashik has 3 distinct areas developed during 3 different periods and has distinct spatial quality. Each of the rings contributed to various ethnicities and its implications on the architecture of the region. During the pre-Maratha period, the construction of the residential buildings was much similar to the vernacular style and some earlier Bahmani style, but later started getting influenced by the Delhi style, which is noticeable on the fenestration treatment and on the entranceways. The Peshwas developed the right bank of the river Godavari and brought craft into the architecture by inviting craftsmen from their place of origin to construct most of the architectural heritage that exists in the city. These buildings were constructed in the form of the typical Maharashtrian vadas made from locally available material and construction techniques. As traders from very unique cultural and ethnic background came via the river route to settle in Nashik, these vadas became an important binding element of this medieval society. Each of the vada represented the culture and heritage of the owner's cultural background, bringing diversity into the architecture of the city.
Between 1752 AD and 1818 AD, Nashik became the second capital of the Marathas. The residential area of Nashik expanded on the Panchvati side and also included the area beyond Sarkarwada. And the heritage city developed and expanded towards the plain of the northern terrain. During the 19th and the 20th century, expansion mostly happened on the Kasbah side and not on the Panchvati side. Newer typology of residential bungalows was introduced to the city, and the focus of expansion changed with the introduction of the railway line by the British during this period.
Next slide.
Nasik's topography dictates the architecture of the city by constructing ghats to embank the river along the both sides. The northern side of the river is called Panchavati, while the other side is called Old Nashik. Panchavati still reserves old streetscapes and houses which exhibit the craftsmanship of different periods. With the households resonating past and holy temples dotting along the riverbank, Panchavati has gained holy importance.
Next slide.
At present, the city of Nashik is outgrowing its capacity and getting crowded. The old streets of Nashik are similar to an open museum preserving the craftsmanship, details, and architecture of different periods, rulers, and construction styles. Urbanization has taken a toll on its heritage. Massive empowering out of the context structures are taking over this valuable heritage. Wood is being replaced by the use of iron and glass, and there is an increasing homogeneity in terms of volume. Even in the heritage part of the city, many new buildings are coming up with flat roofs, concrete exteriors, etc., taking away the essence of the street and the city as well. Thus, this poses the need to document the streetscapes of the city, where every building is a representation of the city's art and craft, evidently visible in many architectural facade elements of the heritage part of the town. Out of the many streets, 5 streets, namely the Shani Chowk, Saraf Bazar, Navdarwaza, Muthe Lane, and Sardar Chowk, were selected that best represented the architecture of the city. Each of the streets had unique characteristics, and in each of the streets, all the unique elements of the facade were documented, thus creating an inventory of the facade elements and better represent the art and craft of the architecture of the city.
Next slide.
What all did we document? We documented the 5 architectural details define the elevation of the streetscape of the city and how each element displayed the history and construction techniques behind it. The 5 chosen facade elements are column, door, window, bracket, and railing. We observed that instead of making a simple bracket or a door or a column, each element of the facade is intricately detailed. Some of the elements, despite being simple, have unique shape, form, joinery, or carving on them. Thus, each one stands out from the rest of the element.
Next slide.
How was the inventory organized? The group divided itself and each person documented one element, thus putting together this inventory of facade elements, one of the most valuable parts of the heritage, showcasing the art and craft being a part in the architecture of Nashik. Each element of the facade was documented by hand sketching them and understanding the details, the intricate carvings, joinery, material, and history behind each one of them. Apart from sketching out the facade elements, extensive photo documentation was undertaken to capture the architectural heritage of the city. This collection later helped in capturing the details of each element of the inventory.
Next slide.
Looking at the streetscape, it was evident that these elements of the facade constituted the lively character of each street. Each building demonstrates a high architectural quality, including visual richness and coherence. Each building has retail shops on ground floor and residents on the upper floor, making a positive contribution to the existing character by the means of semi-public niches that houses informal activities and interactions.
Next slide.
Looking over the individual elements now that created the building fabric. Brackets structurally help the cantilevered balconies, verandas, and sunshades to stand aesthetically. Since the brackets were the most visible element for a person walking on the streets, these brackets were extensively crafted based on floral aesthetics. Brackets were crafted predominantly using hardwood, some were casted using concrete also. These brackets boasted the intricate craftsmanship of each historic period.
Next slide.
The wooden brackets were assembled into the structural system using tongue and groove joints and pin joints. The 4 types of brackets that were observed were Type 1, solid wooden logs corbelled in 2 levels to support the beam using large tongue and groove joint. Type 2, a straight wooden member spanned out to support the beam. Type 3, a composite system of straight wooden member and a triangular board in fill was used for sturdiness and stability. And Type 4, just an intensively crafted triangular panel was used to support the beam.
Next slide.
The doors were the bold elements showcasing the wealth, prosperity, and style of the residents. The doors we documented ranged from the intricately detailed 3 feet doors to simple hinge doors with heavy metal door knobs. The door on the right is an intricate detailed door from Navdarwaza Street. There were broadly 2 types of doors. First, the door with casement windows adjacent to it. These doors also had semicircular or rectangular fan light on top of it also. Secondly, the second door setup which showcased various styles where some of these were first, the arched doors with floral arch as a structural horizontal member. Second, double shuttered doors which were hinged. Third, 4-panel double shuttered doors. And finally, 4-panel 4-shuttered doors.
Next slide.
Windows as a facade element helped in ventilation, daylight, and providing privacy for women to enjoy informal publicness. Various window styles observed are small close, shutter windows with railings, shutterless windows, arched windows, and the ones with wooden and steel jalis.
Next slide.
Openings are structurally assembled using door and window frames, flange sill with a lintel on arch.
Next slide.
Various types of columns were documented along with the material, their construction detail, etc. Earlier, columns were constructed with wood, later with bricks and stones in Ionic and Corinthian order during the colonial period. We tried to look at how the system of columns and brackets was sitting in the overall grid.
Next slide.
Moving to railings. Railings are the first plane of fabric on the facade of a building, creating a bold image for the building. The railings showcased patterns ranging from fractals to floral arrangements. There was a homogeneous mix of these two, creating an eclectic combination of strong geometry as well as flowy curves depicting floral derivatives. These patterns were mainly achieved with carving wood or with cast iron and framing them with wood joinery. These railing patterns play an important role in shaping the character of the organic street, creating visible intricate patterns at a human scale.
Next slide. The architecture of Nashik is an expression of way of life and a representation of lifestyle of the people. Despite having homogeneity in terms of material, height, planning, each building is distinct and unique. Various elements like columns, beams, brackets, railings, fenestration, and plinth act together as one facade system. The multiple layering of balconies, projections, and recessions on various floors gives organic volume to the buildings. A common observation is that each building stands as a representation of culture of the owner, and the detailing on each of the facade elements showcases this. Each facade has its own language of expression because of the artful composition created by these small elements. Each facade has a grid with floors dividing horizontally and columns dividing vertically, and further horizontal divisions by railings and fan light. These penetrations are placed in the center of each part, so none of the other elements obstructs the fenestration. The columns are staggered on upper floors, and each column beam intersection is supported by a bracket. Intricate detailing and artful craftsmanship of each of the facade elements is evident on the streetscape. Together as a weave, each facade renders a unique streetscape that showcases the art, craftsmanship, architecture, and memories of Nashik. Next slide. Moving on, these are the photos, documentation of the facade elements, and the person can skim through this. These are the various buildings which we studied and how each details of the facade we documented in the inventory. Some of them are very old and ruined state, and some of them are still inhabited. Next slide.
Last 3 minutes remaining.
Yes, ma'am. Next slide. This collection shows the different type of brackets on the street and how two different style of architecture were amalgamating on the facade. Next slide. This slide shows the railing design and how some of them are at the ruined state and the different materials used. Next slide. This one showing the buildings which was constructed during colonial period, at the same time having all details. Next slide. These showing how there are 4 shutter windows with masonry arch, the same used in the building's facade. Next slide. This was the street which was next to the Nav Darwaza house, which was heavily detailed and was in black color. Next slide.
In this slide, show some masonry joineries and details. Next slide. Yeah, this was the one of the small alcove from the Nav Darwaza house. Next slide. We constantly interacted with the people from the street in which we studied to ask the history of each of the place and why the houses were ruined, or who was the owner and the story behind it, so that we could understand how the street evolved organically. Next slide. These are some photos of brackets and the one whole building facade, which was rare to capture because the street were very tight and narrow. Next slide. And ma'am, I don't know who is scribbling on the screen. Yeah. We sketch constantly on the street, measuring the detail by a measuring tape or using laser distance meter for the details which were unreachable. And we documented that in one whole streetscape elevation. So it became, so the one whole streetscape became a key sections short of, and from which we pointed out the details which we detailed out further in our inventory. Next slide. Next slide, ma'am. Yeah. As a group of 7 members, we were constantly photographing and sketching on site, and we stayed in Nashik for
Participate your time.
7 days.
I'm running through the next slides. And this is the last one.
Yes, ma'am. That's all, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Participants, please note, don't scribble on the screen. If found scribbling, you will be removed from the event. Thank you, team. May I now invite jury to comment on the same? Gurmeet Rai, over to you.
No, I really don't have any questions. I mean, I do see a lot of effort that's gone into this documentation. One question I'd like to ask the team would primarily be around the selection of the site. That what were you considering? How did you arrive at a decision that you were going to document this this particular street or this area in Nashik?
Yes, ma'am. So 3 of us streets were from Panchvati side of Nashik, which predominantly was residential, and it was more of Peshwas and Maratha style. And 2 streets were from the old Nashik side, which had more colonial resemblance and more masonry and plain, simple details. So above that, the other group members from our class were also studying individual houses, like how they like acted as a unique attraction in each street. So their research also helped us to finalize our streets. We took one whole day like to roam around Nashik, each street, to see the details, like which can be documented, which different types can be documented, or which were more prioritized than others. So yeah, like our faculty and group other classmates also helped us in doing this research also.
Thank you.
May I ask Surya Murthy to ask the questions?
Yes. The way you have classified is good, and you have organized it. But when it comes to street, do you think it is complete in terms of defining the street? Defining the street, because you try to document everything of the buildings present on the street. So was the main objective was only to document the facades, or is also street contributing to architecture? Components of the street contributing to architecture.
Yes, sir. So we focused on how these facade elements contributed the I think someone else.
Please mute yourself.
Yes, sir.
Madam, please remove if you find someone scribbling or putting their mics off, causing disturbance.
Yes, I'll do that.
Okay. Shall I answer now, ma'am?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, please go ahead.
So our main focus was how these to document how these individual elements are added to the fabric which existed in the streetscape, because as stated in between our selected streets also there were a lot of new modern concrete flat roof buildings were coming up, which like disturb the whole flow of how this whole thing was interconnected or intertwined to each other. So we did not like document as such the contribution of it to the street, but we documented how the elements presented on the street like was like representing the craftsmanship, art, and detail. And thus we wanted to make an inventory so that we can have a comparative picture of how different elements or details were available in different streets, to see how like the details or the way the details are designed, the way it was assembled, maybe the construction technique was same in the street 1 and street 5, or the design was same in street 2 and 3 but different construction technique. So we wanted to document that, sir.
And you answered my question. Yes. Over to Aishwarya.
Yes, Aishwarya, please go ahead. You are mute. You are on mute. Aishwarya, you are on mute. Can you unmute yourself?
Hi, sorry, I think the system was not allowing me to unmute. Okay. Firstly, I think you guys have done a good job, because I like the methodology that you have followed. However, I have a couple of questions for you. First and foremost is I want to ask you guys, why do you think people have stopped following? I mean, the entire documentation is built on the premise that all of these elements contribute to the streetscape, they contribute to the identity, etc. And then there is a disconnect, and people have started building something totally different. So, as your observations as a team, why do you all think that people have totally abandoned this really beautiful way of articulating their facades? That's my first question to you all.
Yes, teammate, please unmute yourself. Sonal, help them.
Yes.
Sonal, please unmute.
Allowed. Candidate with the code whose video is on is allowed to unmute.
Please do it from your side, Sonal. I think she's facing some problem unmuting herself.
I'm trying.
Hello. Hello.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Answering to the question asked by Ashwarya, ma'am.
Yeah.
So, ma'am, basically, as we have shown our work in the presentation, there were many intricately detailed work put out there. Like even for us to make, like we had done it by hand, even us to make for that thing in a paper, it took us more than 1 hour just for one piece that we showed. So you can, I guess you can imagine how much time it takes to actually put it out, that craftsmanship. So basically the main thing is that the work being done is actually costly because of the skill, and also it takes a lot of time, and people don't have so much time now, and like they want fast construction, they want fast results, like they don't need that, and nowadays it's fading out because of that. It takes a lot of time to detail out, and it takes a lot of skills, and people who are doing these skills are also actually reducing, the people who are in this craftsmanship.
And adding on to that, half of our elements which we documented were from the houses which were abandoned. We got a chance to go to one of the house, and the residents who are living in the house, it was like 100 years old, like 100 to 200 years old, and they were telling that they abandoned the front half of their house because the wood was falling apart, and they don't find a person to like restore it properly with the money they had. So they told us the best chance they have is either to abandon the house and go out to the outer skirts and construct a new house, or live in a very small portion. And cleaning it and maintaining the wood and everything was also hectic for them. You could see grass growing inside their, out of their balcony inside their house. So I would say the urbanization, the need for fast construction and less money available, and less craftsmen left to do all this detail led to this reality, ma'am.
So is there any heritage protection in Nasik?
I don't have idea about that, ma'am.
So all of this that you have documented can go away because there's no protection and people don't want to maintain it. Is that what you're saying?
Because I'm saying that I don't know if there is a heritage protection in Nashik, but I'm telling the people on themselves are burdened to maintain or keep this details alive. If there is some intervention which lets them keep it alive, maybe then they'll be up for maintaining it. But if they are burdened too much money wise and time wise, then they don't have other choice.
This part, I would say, has been well explained by you. Good.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, team and jury, for
Thank
this
you, ma'am.
question.
Reality.
Yes. Before moving on to next presentation, I will declare the third entry code that will be presenting after the second presentation. I will again explain that there are 3 shortlisted entries in each category. Category A was built heritage, architectural heritage category. 3 presentations of architectural heritage category are over. The previous presentation belonged to category 2 or category B, which was about arts and crafts related to building. First presentation in this category is also over. Second presentation will start soon, and after the second presentation, the third entry code that will be presenting their presentation is 20 DAC Z301. The project title is Nashik, a pilgrimage of Godavari. I will again declare the entry code for the third presentation. It is 20 DAC Z301. Project title is Nashik, a pilgrimage of Godavari. Is the team present here? Please respond.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so after the second presentation gets over, you will be presenting the third after this. Then the category B presentations will also be over, and then we may take lunch break for some time. So I request now Sonal to share the presentation of second presentation, that is 20 DACZ 401, an epitome of mystic architecture.
Yes, please. Team, your timer starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. We have documented a place called Melkote, which is in Karnataka, in Mandya district. So an epitome of mystic architecture. Architectural design has evolved from the study, analysis, and criticism of various built environments right through the history. The study dates back to the Mayan cities, the Egyptian tombs and temples, Acropolis of the Athens, Indus Valley cities, and further the magnificent Gothic cathedrals, or the iconic building that define urban scape of the 21st century architecture. An insight into the architectural design language from evolution to the revolution, it is very evident that the change is brought about by the culture and the sensitivity of architectural design to align to this change is what architectural design theory describes. The classical examples in which this phenomenon is narrated in history of architecture is in the study of monuments. Monuments have stood as a testimony of time. They are inanimate examples of culture and expression of time. One such example is the temple town of Melkote, a picturesque town, which is an amalgamation of culture, tradition, and community blending with heritage. Next slide, please. So the reason for us choosing Melkote for the documentation is because our team, so from Bangalore, Bangalore is a city where people from different places, different cultures, different religions and classes live together in harmony. Being a metro city, the number of those who come here to settle is increasing day by day. The flourishing IT and other industries too are a major reason for this change. When your weekdays are packed with assignments and deadlines, how good would it be to spend a weekend traveling? Bangalore has several places near it that can be visited over a weekend. The ideal location of the city makes it easy to access several popular and unexplored tourist destinations near it. Melkote, the birthplace of former CM of Tamil Nadu, late Jayalalitha, is one of the places you can visit from the city over a weekend. Now let us talk about the location of the place. Melkote is located in the peninsula region of Indian subcontinent in the Pandavapura taluk of Mandya district, Karnataka. Next slide, please.
Excuse me, can you talk a bit louder? Your voice is very low.
Am I audible now?
Yes, go on.
Okay. Previous slide. One slide was skipped. Yes, connectivity. Thank you. So Melkote was about 157 kilometers from Bengaluru. So it was nearby and easy for us to travel during the weekend and make like a proper documentation of this place. Next slide, please. So the geographical context of Melkote, the temple town, is it was located on top of a hillock, and it was located 1,094 meters above the sea level. Next slide, please. So the history, the condensed history tells us despite the changing hands of Melkote area from one dynasty to another and later on to be a part of Sovereign Republic of India, it has been able to maintain by and large its temple structure and tradition ever since Sri Ramanujacharya resurrected the idol of Tirunarayana. It is a very rare case indeed when many temples of South India were ravaged due to wars and calamities. Somehow the grace of Sri Ramanuja has protected this temple town to grow and flourish in all its spiritual grandeur. Next slide, please.
Culture. Melkote is one of the most important religious pilgrimages in southern India that has retained the glorious spiritual history and beckons the future generation to inherit these values. Melkote is also called Alayasthita Grama, which means temple-dependent village. The influence of the temple of the town folk extends to everything from economy to recreation. In this place, almost all the activities are based on community working and community living, as it revolves around the temple. Mostly everything is dedicated from the betterment of the temple. Melkote has evolved over the years and have religious and cultural significance where tradition and community have coexisted. Next slide. Next slide. Festival. Melkote comes alive during the annual Vairamudi Brahmotsava, when the deity of the hill shrine Lord Vishnu is adorned with the legendary diamond-studded crown embedded with precious gems. Shrine Lord Vishnu has been brought by Garuda, the Lord Vishnu's vehicle, which is adorned on the festive image of the beautiful deity Cheluvanarayana, flanked by Sri Devi and Bhudevi. This night-long event, which is a part of 10 days Vairamudi Brahmotsava festival, is witnessed by thousands of devotees. Deepavali is a dark and unwelcome reminder of their triumph, Tipu Sultan. The Madhyam Iyengar community, a Brahmin subsection, observed Naraka Chaturdasi as a day of mourning. Between 1783 to 1795, when the tiger of Mysore massacred close to 800 Madhyam Iyengar men, women, and children in cold blood in the town of Melkote. Next slide. Food. Melkote is one of the most many messes in the town with spontaneous food is served. Puliogare, South Indian dish, tamarind pulp and some masalas, is the most sought over dish in the part of the town. A quick visit to the temple town of Melkote was indeed quite engaging, even though it was a hot afternoon. The bright sun in the sky dissuaded us from walking up the hill to visit the Yoga Narasimha temple, but the tasty puliogare and sakre pongal at Suparna's mess gave us enough strength to drive around the town. Next slide. Next slide, please. So weaving a trip to the place would be much more interesting with a visit or to
excuse me, dear presenter, you may please be more loud.
Okay, ma'am. Can you hear me now?
Better, better.
Yeah. A trip to this place would be much more interesting with a visit of Janapada Seva Trust, popularly called as Janapada Khadi, the retail outlet within the heart of the town and the training center, as well as processing and weaving unit, Hosa Jeevana Dari, way to a new life. Inside the village of Chinnakurli Road, and Janapada Seva Trust provides fine quality of cotton khadi fabric, completely hand spun, woven, and natural processed and dyed. They also have a fabric manually stitched. Working on the principles inspired by Mahatma Gandhi, it's striving not just towards making of non-violent and social order, but also taking care of the welfare, education, employment, and artisans, as well as giving much needed push to the rural industry, agriculture, and environment. Rich values, honest efforts, and dedication towards their work is what excludes during the visit to the handloom unit. And it's also a government of India recognized organization. And next slide. Next slide. Yeah. Art and culture. Several songs of Sanskrit songs were composed by Sri Vaishnava Alvas associated with Lord Cheluvanarayana are an important part of oral history of Melkote. Next slide. Rangoli is a form of creative prayer that is typically prepared by women and young girls of the house without much formal training. The powder of white stone, sandstone, and grains of flour is typically used to create traditional Rangoli art, and it's also mixed with many colorful hues, which gives Rangoli a vibrant edge. Some typical designs include lotus shells, footprints, goddess Lakshmi, Satvika, geometric patterns, etc. So the women use bare hands to create intricate, beautiful designs and adorn entrance, giving up festive feels. According to the popular brief found in Chaitra Lakshana, one of the earlier treatises of Indian paintings, a king and his entire kingdom were consumed by the sadness over the death of the high priest's son. The king prayed reverently to the Lord Brahma, who was getting pleased, and asked him to paint a body of portrait on the floor so that he could bring him to life. Since that time, the art of painting has been used as an attractive expression to the offerings to the god. Next slide.
Talking about the literature, so The Academy of Sanskrit Research was established in 1978, which is in Melkote, so it holds a history that goes back to the times of Ramanuja. It spreads over 14 acres, and ASR has schools which still practice the Gurukul system of Sanskrit education, as well as those of the modern methods. So the major research in ancient Sanskrit text is also carried out here. Alongside it has a library that contains 11,000 manuscripts and 35,000 books. Next slide, please. The Melkote town. So the entire of Melkote town is occupied with so many visiting places, including the temples and ponds. So Sri Yoga Narasimha Swami temple is located at the top of the hill. So it is this hill and the fort around it that are behind the name of Melkote. So a long climb surrounded by trees takes you to the temple and the hill top. So it is from here that one can see a big Kalyani, the Melkote town, and the Cheluvanarayana Swami temple, the Raya Gopuram, and the beautiful surrounding landscape, and even Savanadurga hill in the background. Next slide, please. So there are three main zones in Melikote. Talking about the temple zone, the first temple you see is Yoga Narasimha temple, which is located on top of the hill, which has 300 steps. And opposite to the entrance of the temple located, there is a Ganapati temple. Then comes a Melikote Kalyani, followed by Cheluvanarayana Swami temple, which is located from a walkable distance from the Kalyani. So at the end of the Raya Gopuram, where it's located, at the end of it is a Raya Gopuram, which is located, and these are the main temples which are usually visited. There are also small temples which are located beyond this area. So there is Akatangi Kola, which is also Kalyani, which is located right opposite the Raya Gopuram temple. Next slide, please. Talking about the natural zone, the Melikote Wildlife Sanctuary comprises of two zones, Mudibetta and Narayana Durga. So these are few villages between these two zones and surrounded areas cultivated. So the landscape is rocky with tropical dry deciduous and scrub vegetation. Next slide, please. The mixed use zone. So the Academy of Sanskrit Research is a place in Melikote. It's located at the road end of the same road that leads to the temple Raya Gopuram. It is a research center as well as library like mentioned. So the Melikote Ahobila Yatra Nivas is convention hall for programs, which happens also for the tourists to stay. The caves of Chola period is marked as historical landmark in India, which is also located in the outskirts of Melikote. Next slide, please. Yeah, coming into the master plan of Melkote, we represented the 12 main locations in Melkote, which we have visited. And it is known that Saint Ramajanacharya was responsible for the development of Melkote town as a religious center for Sri Vaishnava philosophy. And we have collected data which has been from 12th century AD, which suggests the Melkote temple town was developed in 6 particular stages. Next slide. The stage 1, we can see the main focal point as Swami Thiruvanarayana temple, around which the Brahmin community was developed. Also the Yoga Narasimha Swami temple and a small Kalyani linked to the upper and lower levels. Next slide. The Brahmin community serving at both temples grows bigger in stage 2 and indicating the settlements growing along the north-south axis. Rajabidi was formed, connecting the temple to the gateway Mahadwara to the southern tip, becoming the main street of the temple. Next slide. The Cheluvanarayana Swami temple becomes an important pilgrimage center alongside Tirana Bidi, which runs parallel to Rajabidi. The Brahmin community reaches the Kalyani at stage 3. Next slide, please. The Weaver community was formed next to the Brahmin community, which is seen as a spontaneous growth. Rajabidi grows beyond the Mukhiya Dwara, becoming a commercial segment of the settlement at stage 4. Thank you. Next slide. Yeah, at stage 5.
Last 2 minutes remaining.
Yeah, the Academy of the Sanskrit research was formed here, and stage 6. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, we can see a linear, evident development in this part, and also a farmers' community was formed. Next slide, please.
So the Melkote structure are divided into like different categories. The first one is the temple architecture, and then the civic structures, which has the mandapas, and then the institutional buildings, and then comes the residences, which are again categorized into Brahmins and weavers and agricultural, and then the water bodies like kalyanis, and then other columns and all those parts. Next slide. And when you look at the streets, the main street, which is Rajbiri, which connects the residential and the commercial, which is accessed through the Temple Road, which is adjacent to it. There are houses on either sides of the road. And next slide.
So on this street, you can see the section of the street, and so we can observe the clusters of weavers and agriculturists, as they are the main majority of occupants in Melkote. And the cluster of weaves can be seen on the west zone of the street, and the cluster of agriculturists on the east zone. And next slide. So a very important part of these houses are the porches that open out to the road, and these spaces are used by men for socializing and also keep away the dust and rain, etc. Next slide. Okay, this is an analysis of the street. So there are vividly colored parapets, and there are colonnaded facades that act as semi-open interfaces between public street and residential quarters. Next slide.
Time up. Time up. I am running the next slides.
Okay, and there are commercial.
So basically, what we would like to say about Melkote is that considering the architectural style of the entire temple town and how art and culture has been the root of every column designed in the temple, and very intricately detailed columns which have a variety of different principles of molding and form as well.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. May I invite Aishwarya for your comments?
First of all, I'd like to congratulate you guys. I think it was very interesting to see that you have incorporated the components of intangible heritage into understanding the settlement. So I think that's a very good starting point, because we start looking at something holistically. It's not just about the buildings, but it's also about what happens in the building and the craft around it. So congratulations on that.
Thank you,
Secondly, I know you ran out of time, but it would have been really interesting to see the diversity of like you started mentioning about the social structures and the caste differences and what that impact was on the dwellings. That might have been something interesting to see. I don't know if you had a chance to, because you couldn't complete your presentation. And what I would like to really ask you is, what do you think are the lessons in this study in terms of settlement planning, or in terms of how craft and architecture is sort of intertwined? What is your takeaway from this case study?
So it's all about the culture. It seems as if the entire Melkote town is a temple town, and because it's a temple town, they are very spiritual people, and their entire lifestyle goes around that concept. Like the way they start off their day, like with the rangoli, or go into the temple. That's the ritual, and then it's not like a very hustle bustle rich culture that they are living. It's a very different kind of culture that we see over there, and a very grounded lifestyle and uh, way of living that we see over there. So I think that influences architecture in a big way, meaning if people are very grounded, they would want to stay more at their homes, or they would want to carry out works from their homes itself, and they would pay attention to detail, and many other principles would become more prominent. Like, unlike the modern culture where it is quantity over quality, they would focus more on quality than quantity, and that brings out intricacy in every element of architecture.
That was then, or that is now? What do these people do today? Or is the temple town still flourishing as their main source of income?
Yes, they are still carrying over the weavers, the agriculturists. Everyone still are actively pursuing their occupations, and they are well, it's a very self-sustaining community that is over there, including the literature as well, the Sanskrit literature. Everything is still existing and pretty actively functioning.
May I invite Murthy sir to ask questions?
Yeah, I don't have anything to ask, but I have a comment to make. The title, what they have chosen, I feel it is not apt. An epitome of mystic is not mystic architecture. It is, and you have spelled out in detail, and the details are visible. What you are speaking is about temple town architecture and 12th century sacred town architecture. So it is about that. So an epitome of temple town architecture and how diverse it is, Melkote. I think that is what you should be, not mystic. It is nothing about mystic.
Understood. Thank you for.
Yes. May I invite Gurmeet Rai for her comments?
I'd like to congratulate the team. It's what is interesting is the fact that you're looking at the entire macro scale and then into architecture, planning, people's lives, interdependencies, and so on. So that's an important way of looking at settlements. And but I would suggest in the future, when you ever make presentation, do plan your time better, because I see a presentation was still yet to be presented.
Yes,
So
yes.
better time management. But nonetheless, the fact that you're allowed to run through your slides, and we are all trained in this particular sector, so we pick up the nuances, but in future, I think you need to do better justice in your presentation, in your spoken
Surely,
word.
ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Very valuable advice. Thank you, Julie and the team for your presentation. Now we'll move on to our third presentation in category B. The entry code is 20 DAC Z301, Nashik, a pilgrimage of Godavari. May I request Sonal to share their presentation? This is the last presentation in category B. That is arts and crafts related to building category.
Team, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, your timer starts now.
Ma'am, could you start with slide number 1, please?
Okay. It is representing the cover slide.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So your time starts now.
A very good afternoon to one and all present here. Today, we are here to present a detailed study on art and architecture and crafts related to buildings. Jean Nouvel once said that the art should be created for life, not for the museum. Art is the process of creating things of extrinsic value through emotional and aesthetic value, whereas architecture is both the process and the product of planning, designing, and construction. Art and architecture have a deep connection that unites them through the designer, and their individual meanings. The evolution of art and architecture influenced the humans to abide by the growth of it and implement the same in buildings as well as in temples. It also gave a new recognition that improvised the former ideas. Next, ma'am. Known for its amazing natural beauty and rich cultural heritage, Maharashtra is the heart of India. The culture is one of the most diverse and brilliant of all. The Vada architectural style of housing and temple planning encapsulates the proud heritage. Due to being huge area-wise, many sub-regional cultures also exist here, which brought in diverse influences to art. It all started with Kalpakeshwar temple in 1738, where the use of multifoil arches and intricate carving details were seen. The temples built during 18th century comprised of lobed arches, globular domes, and carved pillars. In 1790, Thimaya Maharaj built the temple of Venkatesh Balaji at Somwarpet. Now, near about 18th and 19th century, Vada as residential architecture started. Next, please. Nashik is an ancient holy city of Maharashtra and has a vast historical importance. It is one of the largest pilgrim sites, that is Kumbh Mela. It is believed to be the most auspicious place for religious people. Nashik was ruled by many powerful dynasties like Satvana dynasty, Abhida dynasty, Rashtrakuta, Chalukyas, and many more. But it was under Peshwa's rule in 18th century where most of the large temples were built in Nashik. Next, please.
Nashik is divided by the Godavari River in two parts, one bank being Panchvati, a temple complex which were believed to be resided by Lord Rama and Sita. After the rule of Mughals, Marathas came into power and built many temples on the banks of river. In 1818, Nashik was acquired by the British and the construction of railway joining Mumbai and Nashik in 19th century opened the door for further development. Located in Panchvati, the site offers a lot of links to the Ramayana with many temples built in this area. The street is in the prime market of Panchvati with the settlements being of mixed use. Due to high density of the roads are narrow and the buildings are vertically extended up to 2 to 3 floors. Next.
Moving further towards the architecture of Nashik, we need to elaborate building crafts. The building crafts visible on the traditional buildings provide us with the evidence about rich architectural heritage of past. They can be broadly classified into three categories. First is traditional buildings, which talks about culture, typology, as well as functionality. Second is regional environment that includes natural resources, regional climate, and sustainability. Whereas third is craft practices, which includes materials, tools and techniques, and workmanship. Getting deeper into craft practices, we have space making crafts that deals with the art of constructing a built environment for the users to live comfortably. They can also be divided into four categories, that is structure based, which include technical aspects like roofs and columns, structure integrated, that deals with decorative doors and windows, whereas structure clad and structure finishes that broadly focuses on the floorings and wall paintings. Thus, all these aspects contributes to the structural and aesthetic beauty of the elements of the building. Next, please.
Vada is a type of courtyard dwelling rich in architectural heritage, which reflects the culture and the traditions of Maharashtra. The plan of Vada is based on traditional Hindu house planning method called the Vastu Shastra, with the central area called the Brahma allotted to the most important part of the house or the town with courtyard or king's palace at the center surrounded by smaller units of houses. There is always a religious or political center around which the growth of the village takes place. Garhi is termed as the central focus of the village. This is an isolated structure having external ramparts with bastions. Vada were differentiated according to the caste system. The rich had the bigger Vada with multiple courtyards, while the poor had the smaller Vada with less courtyards and ornamentation. Vadas were further classified into two types. The Rajvada was the palace Vada, which was the central Vada with multiple courtyards around which the town grew. Smaller Vadas were the ones built along the streets. They formed the facade of the street. They were compactly built and occupied narrow spaces on either side of the street. Bastions were eliminated from these smaller Vadas. These are the traditional residences of Maratha style of architecture, but the ornamentation were the amalgamation of features of Mughal, Rajasthan, and Gujarat architectural styles with merged local elements. The Makara motifs of Gujarat, the fluted columns from Rajasthan, and the cusped arches from the Mughal architecture were adopted in the ornamentation of Wada. Next. The beauty of Nashik fascinated the Queen of Agra. During her visit, she decided to live there and dreamt of making temples along the banks of the river. The construction of temples led to the development of settlements in nearby areas. The Queen played an important role in making Nashik a holy place for pilgrims. The presented drawing depicts the ground floor plan of Wada House located in Panchvati. The zoning of activities and functions in this house followed the traditional planning system Vastu. The entrance on the east is large and was heavily ornamented with intricate carvings. The entry invites us to the central courtyard, which had the temple in the core and was kept open to the sky. The temple structure was made of stone with the carvings depicting stories of Ramayana. The shikhara consisted of the main deity where the arti or offerings took place. The temple was surrounded by the residential units on its periphery. The arts and crafts which were observed here are the decorated niches which were carved out of the thick walls. They were used to put lighted diyas to protect from winds. The staircases were sandwiched between thick walls to have privacy and also a thermal buffer to maintain temperature inside. Vada houses comprised of decorated fluted columns with carved stone pedestals. The section shows us the level differences of the plinths. The temple is kept on the highest plinth in accordance with the beliefs of Vastu Shastra. The shikhara of the temple form double-heighted space, which makes one feel elevated. Next. The central courtyard remains shaded throughout the day, allowing social interaction among the residents. The streets get busy during the morning and the evening when the devotees come to visit the temple, and also the religious and social gathering takes place outside the temple during festivals. The south elevation of the Vada shows the raised plinth and the protruding balconies on the first floor. Some of the joinery details included brackets, which were very significant features of Vada. They are wooden structural members having embellished engravings. The roof was supported by simple truss systems, and the staircases were made of wood using rabbet joints. Next.
This is the Balaji temple that was built around 300 years ago. The temple has its own beautiful story. A sterile couple went to river Pushkar in order to seek children. But there they found something interesting appearing out of the river. They took the deity with them, which had golden feet, and the face was made up of black material called shaligram. Now, during that period, Peshwas ruled the city. They loved the material and donated a good amount of money for the construction of the temple. So, this is how the temple came into existence. Now, the spatial planning of the temple is such that the ground floor comprises of public places like shops and open spaces, whereas the private spaces like residential units lies on the either side. However, the washeries and WCs are designed in the northern part, that is, at the backward end of the building. One can see this small narrow passage between the two units which leads us to the backyard. Now, when we look up to the sections, the use of sloping roofs can be seen. This also helps climatically. One can see intricate railing details. Here is the Garbhagruha where the deity is kept. Talking about the art and craft of temple, precise and delicate work can be seen. The temple has these beautiful wooden brackets that supports the vertical structure. Torans made from stones are observed in the main hall where the deity is kept. Also, balusters made from carved out stones adds up to the beauty of the facade. The temple also has these louvered windows and wooden doors with thick framework. The wooden motifs outside the temple depicts the tradition and culture of the temple. Next, please. This is the first floor plan of the temple. It comprises of the housing units at the periphery and the temple at the center getting the focus. It also has this huge dining room followed by a kitchen. This space may be used during festive occasions or special events. Thus, the floor becomes active for almost all day and all the major activities takes place here. In the morning and during the peak hours, there is huge traffic in the street. Also, the temple is sort of a mixed use building which adds on to the street traffic. The temple overviews a huge crowd during festivals like Navratri and Ganesh Chaturthi. Now, looking up to the construction and joinery details of the temple, major use of wooden truss is seen. They consisted of two rafters to which purlins were attached from below. This supports the entire roof structure. Brackets, which were a significant feature of the Vada house, were decoratively carved out. Traditional tongue and groove system of joinery is used at most of the places to achieve proper strength. Sloping roofs with mangrove tiles were used in the temple, which also goes well with the site climate. Next, please. This is the second floor plan. It purely comprises of residential units. This also concludes that the first floor is more of public use where major activities takes place. The Garbhagruha of the temple gives an inviting and welcoming feel to the devotees. The room is designed such that the windows bring diffuse light in the room. Overall, it concludes that the smaller vadas were constructed mostly for middle class people with basic needs. Though the spaces are compact and small, it fulfills all the requirements and life essentials. Though both of these units serve different purpose, they have been designed keeping in mind the same principle of Vada architecture. Next, please.
Now, talking about the observations through the user perspective. The mutual shading between the building creates a pleasant aura in the courtyard, which provides communal spaces. Visual link is established, forming a relation between different levels, which furthermore adds the feeling of enthusiasm. Due to the scale of Shikhara, the importance of the temple is noticeable. The perforated door and window design creates patterns of light and shadows, also creating a semi-transparent partition. The grand scale of the entrance glorifies the temple, and all the intricate ornaments depicts its historical significance. The roads of Vada are narrow, preventing the access of four-wheelers, and the lack of parking spaces compels the residents to park in the street. The raised plinth of 45 centimeters outside the Vada provides an adequate sitting space for the residents. This increases interaction among them. As observed in the site study, different ornamentations created an impression on humans. Some impacts were direct, like the craftsman's skills acquired in making these ornamentations, the play of light, and the material exploration. Some of the impacts were indirect, such as art and ornamentations created a sense of belonging among the people. They conveyed culture of the period and of the time in which they were built. They showed the religious beliefs of the people and gave an identity to the community. There are different factors responsible for the disappearance of these arts and crafts. The foreign factors affecting are the modernization, globalization, decrease in demand, and others. While the lack of market exposure, less income generation, lack of advertisement, and others are the internal factors responsible for the same. In conclusion, mankind's instinctual desire to decorate habitats has been with us for as long as the need to have shelter. This creative process.
Last 1 minute remaining.
Yes, ma'am. This creative process has given meaning to the built spaces. Arts and crafts have deep impact on society. Thus, preserving this heritage becomes a necessity. Vada plays an important role in giving a unique character and thus evokes a sense of belonging, which should be preserved and carried forward for the generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, presenters. May I now invite jury for their comments? Gurmeet Rai, would you like to go first?
Yeah, no, an interesting study. But what I'm really missing here is the human part of the story. I mean, whether it has been the technique in which you've presented, because it seems to, what you're explaining is the architecture, the craft, and so on, but somehow the artisan is missing. The producer of the craft, the bearer of the knowledge. So the human face is missing. Or am I understanding it incorrectly?
Yes, ma'am. So it was, according to the brief, we stated that the art and crafts of the building should be related to the building. That is, we need to explain the building structurally as well as aesthetically. So we did focus on the detailings like columns and brackets and all. But at the same time, we also focused on the spatial planning or the structural details related to the building. So
I understand that, but I'm just flagging this with you that when somebody says do art and craft, or where the brief is the art and craft, the bearer of the knowledge is a very important part of it. You started your presentation with the process and the product being important. Didn't you say that in the beginning? So it's the process and the product and the person and the people who are undertaking the process. Do you want to say something more?
Yeah, I agree with that. What Gurmeet had commented upon. See, your very first illustration, if you see, the very first slide has human part, place and people have been highlighted to show the identity of people and especially contribution of people making art and craft, the human element. I think that is required to be further organized. I don't say completely missing. It could have been organized. And in the last but one slide which you presented, where art and the symbolism and there was one slide, just I'm going through it again. Ornamentation and symbolism. Ornamentation and symbolism, which you mentioned, has the purpose you want to communicate. But only thing is when it came to the sheet, that is missing. Otherwise, it is. We had another presentation about Nashik, though that was pertaining to streetscape. This is good, and if you see the earlier presentation of Nashik, relatively it is well organized. The sequence, not organized, I would say the sequence, well sequenced, I would say. I think that is the correct thing, well sequenced in terms of communicating the idea. Fine, good.
Yeah, Aishwarya, would you like to comment?
Not really. I think most of the points have already been talked about. So.
Okay. Thank you, presenters and the jury members. This brings us to the end of the second category. I think now we'll break for lunch, but before breaking, let us have the draw for the first presenter of third category, that is indigenous housing. Sonal, can we have the wheel speed?
Yes. We begin with the spin wheel.
Thank you, Sonal. I will declare the entry code for the first presenter for third category. Please note that we have completed two categories, category A and category B. After lunch, we will be having three presentations for category C, that is indigenous housing. The first presenter in category C would be 20 DID Z305. The project title is Muda Bidri, Stories of Basari and Basati, a series of complexity and contradictions. I will declare the entry code again. The first presenter code number is 20 DID Z305. The project title is Muda Bidri, Stories of Basari and Basati, a series of complexity and contradictions. Team around, please respond.
Yes, ma'am, we are here.
Yeah, yes, so after lunch break, you will be presenting. So be ready. I request all the participants not to log out from the session. In case if you log out, you can rejoin the session using the same code. We will take a break of 1 hour for lunch and we will get back here at 2 o'clock sharp. Is that okay? Yeah.
Yeah. Well noted, Vishali.
Hello. Ma'am, I have a question.
You can type it in the chat box, please.
मैम इसे हिंदी में ट्रांसलेट कर दीजिए ना, मैं थोड़ा इंग्लिश समझ नहीं आता है। एक्सक्यूज मी मैम, मैम ये क्या लिखा है?
Good afternoon, all. Welcome you back for the first lunch session. Let us wait for a couple of minutes for our jury to log in. I request all the participants to switch off their videos, please. Good afternoon, all. Our next presentation is of the code 20 DID Z305. The project title is Mood Bidri. Is the team around? Please respond. Hello. Is the team for next presentation around? Okay, fine. ठीक है. Before we start, now this is the third category, category C of indigenous housing. Before we start with the next presentation, let us have a draw for the next presenter. So before we start with the next presentation, can we have the draw for next presenter? Sonal, can you spin the wheel?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Sonal. The next presentation will be of the entry with code number 20 DID Z101. The project title is Dwellings of Chandari. Is the team around?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So after this presentation gets over, you will be presenting second. Sonal, let me check with the jury. If our jury are joined, we'll start the presentation. Bear with us for a minute.
Yes, ma'am, we would like to make a humble request. In our presentation, we have multiple animations. So is it possible that we could remote control the presentation via screen control?
Sorry, Sonal madam will be doing that for you. You can instruct her whenever you want to switch back and forth. You can request her to do that.
Yes, Sonal ma'am, we have many animations actually, so we'll have to keep saying next. Cannot we get the remote control?
That's all right. That's all right.
Okay,
This,
okay.
this cannot be done for only one entry. So you can instruct Sonal madam. She will do this.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
Ma'am. Thank you.
Apologies, I got a little late in coming back to the session.
No issues, no issues. So all our jury members are around. We will start with the next presentation. I have a request to make for the viewers. Please don't write or scribble when the presentation is on, and please keep yourself muted while others are presenting. You can write your questions or queries in the chat box. If time permits, we'll take a few questions. Sonal, may I request you to start the presentation of the next?
Yes.
Yeah.
Ma'am.
Are you ready?
Yes, ma'am. In the slideshow, could you please uncheck the time use timing option, because otherwise the animations will keep playing on their own.
Automatically.
In the slideshow tab at the top. Yeah, there. The use timings can be. Could you please uncheck that option? Yeah.
Is this
Thank
okay?
you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. That's
So
enough.
now we are starting with the category 3, which is indigenous housing. Sonal, you may take over for the presentation.
Yeah. Students, are you set? Should we start the timer?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Yes. Should I start?
Please go ahead.
Yes, architectural documentation has started delving into the arena, exploring the collection of cultural and social anecdotes, along with the observation of life within architectural spaces. Architecture as a system holds much more ancillary influence on the lives of people, economically, socially, politically, and vice versa. Wishing a very good afternoon to the respected jury panel and other participants. Our team in the foundation year had attempted to propel forward the practice of architectural documentation with their curiosity to analyze these factors and question them. Moving away from the conventional technical tale of architectural documentation, our study of Moodbitri narrates architecture as a derived conception of religion, commerce, identity, and ownership. Pondering upon the local lives and factual religious protocols, the study concludes in unresolved mysteries and conflicting statements, developing the perception of complexity and contradiction. Next. Next. Yeah. In the cultural and religious diversity of India, Jainism is a religious ethnicity spread predominantly in the north. However, there exists, next. Hello? Next, yeah. A peculiar Jain town in the Dakshin Kannada region of Karnataka, exhibiting some of the most prodigious stone and timber anatomy of India, which differs from typical North Indian Jain fascinations. Next. Next, yeah. 18 Next, 18 basadis, 18 lakes, 18 streets, and 1,000 pillars. All that is known about the temple town. But Moodbidri holds much more than that. It is a fable of a famine-hit group that establishes footholds of a renowned religion in a place where it is seldom seen to have been practiced, which leads to the development of an architectural typology, a fusion of philosophies of a non-indigenous religion with the architectural language of South India. Next. Yeah. The Basadis built throughout different dynasties don't strike up a particular pattern of arrangement. They are not hierarchic. They are attached to their dwellings. Though in the past, built in proximity to natural water bodies, these religious edifices didn't establish a physical connection with the same, which is irresolute because they further built tanks close to the temples. Next. Next. Unfolding the features of this Jain temple. Next. The word Basadi is derived from the Sanskrit word Vasati, which means a place to stay. Next. Next. Ma'am, could you go back? Yeah. A Basadi is composed of various mandapas, which are hierarchical. The Chowri being the public space, the Puja Mandap being the semi-public, and the Sukinasa and the Garbhagudi being the private, where only the priest is allowed to enter. Strong granite stone walls with extensively carved monoliths influenced from South Indian architecture, pitched timber roofs owing to the rainfall in Moodbitri, large open forecourts for the visitors, wells as water resources, the Kshetrapal as a protecting deity, the Manastamba, large fort-like walls owing to the need for security from invasions, all together form the character of a Basadi. The Basadis or Jain temples do not seem to follow any rules of Jain temple architecture like those observed in the northern part of the country. One of the most distinctive differences is that these basadis are organized actually and have only one entrance, while Jain temples usually have a square plan and opening in all four cardinal directions. Next. The temple premises is a hierarchy of various socially and ritual-wise segregated spaces called the mandapas. Next. Opening with the Mukha Mandap. The Mukha Mandap is a semi-public space which is a common space to see the Mukh or the face of the deity. Next. Next is the Namaskar Mandap, a semi-public space used by the devotees to offer their prayers to the deity. Next. The Dhyan Mandap is used by people to offer prayers and to sit and meditate peacefully. Next. Next is the Puja Mandap, which can be accessed only by the Jains. This chamber is accessed by people who are performing a special puja in the temple. Next. Next being the Sukinasa, which is the chamber that houses the idol of the 24 Tirthankaras. And this chamber is where the Pandit prays to the deity. This is a semi-private space, but only the priest and the Jain people are used to are allowed to enter the space. Next. The next is the Yaksha Mandap. It is a chamber that is placed before the Garbhagudi so that bad energies get destroyed before reaching the Manas Murti. Next. The last and the final one is the Garbhagudi, which is a completely private space accessible only by the priest. It is the sanctum sanctorium which houses the main deity of the Vasadi. Next. Next. Manastamba is a pillar that is often constructed in front of Jain temples and statues. Constructed as a column of honor, it is associated with the might of the builder. People are believed to subdue their pride, surrender to the god before entering the Vasadi. Next. The Kshetrapal or Nagraj is believed to be the protector deity of the Vasadi. Every Vasadi has one temple dedicated to the Kshetrapal. Next. Next. Unwinding the architecture of the Vasadi. Next. These temples that house Jain deities are partially designed based on the principles of Jainism. Next. But the architectural, ma'am, just keep on playing next because we have multiple sections in line. Yeah. Fabric is derived from the local context of South Indian architecture. Next. Next. Just keep on playing next. Yeah. It is an exhibit of robust stone and intricate timber manifestations. Granite and laterite. Could you just go back, ma'am? Sorry. Yeah. Granite and laterite stones are used for carvings depicting art, stories, and lords. The structural members are joined together with advanced stone joinery methods. The Manastamba is crafted out of granite. The linearly built basadis are load-bearing stone structures with the upper sloping hipped roof built in timber. Next. Next. Revealing the culture of this temple town. Next. Next. Rathotsav is a festival celebrated in Modbitri in the month of Falguna. The temple chariot is a concept where the deity is moved from the temple to the chariot, which then takes a round throughout the town. The festival is associated with Lord Shantinatha, who is the deity presiding in the Hire Basati, as we can see in the plan. Next. 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 Yeah. Its preparations begin with the reconstruction and decoration of elaborate ratha and next hoisting of the dhwaja on the dhwaja stamba of the basati. The Pradakshina path is decorated with beautifully stitched saris, creating indeed a very refreshing environment. The replica of the Tirthankara Shantinath Swami is made for darshan around the place on the last day of the Rathotsav. To calm and rest the deity, the idol is cradled. The seamless conversion of Northern Jain and Southern Hindu culture is observed in Modbitri. This beautiful intertwine is evident in the festival of the temple chariot Rathotsav. The festival gives a chance to the devotees to go near the god who would otherwise be invincible due to the hierarchy that exists in accessibility of the inner mandapas. Next. Next. Explaining the architecture of the red dwelling. Yeah. Ma'am, you can go next. Houses in Modbitri, such as the Neminatha, offer a resemblance to that of the Basadis. This was due to the fabric of the houses that created a similar ambience not only in the interiors but also from the exterior. Neminatha house. Next. Neminatha house was modeled with the local fancy of the laterites emerging as walls and further supporting the timber skeleton for the upper level and the roofs. Timber members participated as joists, spindles, etc. for the upper level, holding an Indian patent stone flooring and trusses. Rafters and batons, along with the skin of Mangalore tiles, formulated the hipped roof that was adopted in accordance with the heavy rainfall phenomenon. These materials adorn the essence of the dwelling, establishing a vital connection to worship and self-composure. Next. Next. The interrelationship of the dwelling and the culture that exists in Modbitri. Next, the influence of the spatial configuration of a basati is seen in most of the dwellings of Modbitri. Next. The chowri, a space from the basati, is also present in the houses. It is a public space where the dwellers used to interact with the local traders. Certain strata of the society are not allowed inside beyond this place. We can see hierarchy in society according to the economic class. As the Garbhagudi is in the basati, Devghar is a private space of the house. Only Indra, that is the priests, are allowed to enter and perform puja. People believe that they are not that pure to enter God's premises. Next. The harvesting festival is celebrated on the first day of Shravan. The sweet called Ganji is prepared from the first rice of the holy month and shared with neighbors. Again, a reflection of culture consequent to context and not religion is evident. Jevadashtami is a day celebrating life on earth. On this day, nothing is harmed. They don't even switch on the gas or cut vegetables. In olden times, many people used to stay together and each space was used differently by all the family members. In this complexity, currently, only 3 house members use very minimum space. Mostly, the other part of the entire first floor is abandoned today. Next.
Next.
Yeah.
Taking forward the aspect of decreasing population, the Patna Shetty House. Next. 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 The Patna Shetty House, built during the era when the Moodbudri Jain Mutt came up, was a residence for the family of the trustee of the Mutt. The family resided there for many generations, and soon a newer generation moved out of Moodbudri. Ownership kept changing, and so the structure. The current state of the house indicates the history of multiple modifications. Next. A house that was once occupied by the trustee of the Mutt is now rented to an ordinary family. The increase in migration has resulted in the nuclearization of families and a significant decrease in Jain population density in the town. Next. When people are contradictorily moving out of Moodbidri under the pretext of prosperity and development. Next. Because of nuclearization in families and low population density, very few people are seen visiting the basadis. If the increasing migration continues, it is feared that it will result in a social vacuum within the community that would jeopardize the significance of the basadi in the locality. Next. As the ownership of houses are changing, the same has been history and the present with the basadis. The Pachala Basadi, built in 1860, was initially a house. Next. Which further became a Sanskrit Patshala. The edifice was built into a basadi, and to avoid any kind of discrimination, next, a new school was established in 1907, the Digamba Jain Primary School. Next, it is situated in the same premise as the Patshala Basadi. The Patshala Basadi has observed 3 entities owning the property. Next. Next. Yeah, the Virgin User Group being a family. Next, then a giant teaching center. Lastly and presently, the Basadi. Each scenario saw complex changes and modifications to both the user and the structure. A house becomes a center of worship, and then an institution is associated with it. When some other basadis are dilapidating due to shifting ownership, Patshala Basadi exemplates a new array in the future of these religious edifices. Next. Every temple town has an economic factor attached to it. Moodbidri stands as a contradiction to this. Next. We explored Vimal Kumar Shetty's house. Next. Vikram Shetty Basadi and the Jain Street. Next. And the Jain Street with respect to this. Next. Next. The Vimal Kumar Shetty house, next, located just behind the Vikram Shetty Basadi, once belonged to the priest of the Basadi. Due to some unstated economic reasons, the priest moved out of Moodbidri. Next. Mr. Vimal Kumar Shetty owns the house today. His family owns the farmland, which is the major source of income. Next. The house was renovated from east to west by clearing forest and leveling land. The house thus got disconnected from the Basadi. Next. The yard tells, last slide, ma'am, sorry. The yard tells a story about the latest arecanut harvest, flaunting the agricultural wealth. But the house that once belonged to the priest stands disconnected from the basadi. Next. The adjoining Jain Street, which houses some of the important temples next, such as the Guru Basadi and the Lepada Basadi, lacks religious character. Next. Next. Ancillary activities are absent, and there is not even a single commercial affair catering to the needs of the temple. Basadis do not contribute to the economy of the town due to multiple reasons we came across so far. In India, where livelihoods revolve around such temples, bare minimum, that is the temple shrine, is observed in the premises of the Basadi. This contrasting feature of Moodbidri poses a question in front of us, that do religious centers possess to nurture livelihoods around them? And even if they do possess it now, will they continue to possess so? Next. Final chapter, complexity and contradictions. A stitched glory of basadis and dwellings, Moodbidri is an amalgamation of uh, amalgamation of rich culture, religion, and architecture. But does this frame its identity today? Space, ma'am. All Basaris configuring architectural. Okay, keep the slide. All Basaris configuring architectural elements and spaces are a combination of levels that demarcate restrictions based on religion and gender. Levels permit access only to the priest, to a point for practicing Jains, and the outermost edge for the general visitors, and at times even women. In the name of spreading religion, is the protocol of restriction not a refutation? 4 steps out of the Basadi, and even inside, why do migration, intervention, social hierarchy, shifting ownerships are seen dominating the idea of religion? Concluding, celebrated as the Jain Kashi of southern India, Modbidri is therefore a land of multiple contradictions and complexities where ideas of religion certainly differ from practice. Thank you. Yeah, the chef did not play.
Yes.
Thank
It's
you.
playing now. Yeah.
It's time up properly. Thank you.
Thank you, T. May I now invite jury? Gurmitra, would you like to comment? Murthy, sir?
Yes. I think in terms of typology, it's a very good example. It is certainly very good case that has been studied to represent indigenous. But what I don't understand, because there is no shop that cannot be titled as contradiction. So complexity is understandable, but why contradiction is required to be added? It appears forceful in the whole study. Maybe whether that is a fact, whether the contradiction is an accepted fact, or what is the response within the village or of the history is not emphasized, but in terms of documentation, well captured. The complexity is well captured, and the typology is well captured.
Yes, sir. As far as the kind of observations we made in the town, we were trying to sort of compare with the other temple towns that are seen in India, where there are marketplaces, there are fairs happening. Then there is a certain whole class of society that is dependent on the temple for their livelihood. So that sort of factor we saw absent in Moodbidri, and so that was sort of a comparison that we tried to establish.
Yeah, that is fine, but
yes,
compared to other temple towns, but not compared to other Jain temples, other Jain temples, or other Jain temple villages. I don't know. That is required to be checked and fine.
Yes, yes. Even the temple towns we see in the northern side of the country, Jain towns. Yes.
Yeah. Over to another juror, Aishwarya or Gurmit.
Aishwarya, please.
So I really appreciate the sketches and the drawings that you all did, because I think the character of the place was brought out very nicely. I just have a question for you. So what do you think is the future of this place? Because there were statements that you guys were making that there are issues with gender, there are issues with 4 steps here, it's a different world, people are leaving, people are going to the city. So what do you think is the future of this space? And if there is a future, then what do we need to do for it? Because you seem to go on a narrative that it's sort of losing its relevance.
Yes, ma'am. So there's a certain most of the people in the town are moving out of the town. So because of that, we are seeing under the pretext of development and whatever we are talking, this sort of whatever our heritage is in terms of that town. So that sort of touch is getting lost between the people and what they have. So I think it is important that like even we live our town for whatever reasons, it is important that people strive to remain connected to what our traditions are, what our temples are, what sort of value they carry. That is important.
So what I'm saying is, when you talk about contradiction, This is a heritage of a certain community. And if the community has stopped associating with it or is leaving it, then therein lies the contradiction, because you, as an outsider, feel that it's really important that this place should be conserved, but the community that is its custodian is abandoning it and going. There is the contradiction, you know.
Yeah, this is what I wanted to highlight. This is what I wanted to highlight in the contradiction is required from the perspective of the villagers, from their own side, whether that is a contradiction at all for them. That is more important to be understood. Yeah.
Yes, so there is also a sort of what we can say a different kind of approach from the people who live there. The sort of remaining population who is there, they are very conservative about who wants to enter this premises, and they are very conservative about the way they interact with the outsiders. So that sort of connection is lost. So very few people are trying to conserve it, and then they are trying to conserve it in a way that they are not they do not welcome the alien like people like us who want to sort of understand what the heritage is and understand what all is happening in there. So that is also one kind of problem. Like some people are directly living out of the town, and the other who are living there are sort of living in a very conservative manner that
No.
they
Here you need not defend why you have used contradiction and why you want to remain contradiction, why you want to retain that. That is, you need not defend anything. Why people did not respond. The only thing which you need to understand is on whether the contradiction exists in your study or whether the contradiction inherently is part of that village. So this is the what you need to understand. You need not answer, just think about it.
Okay. Yeah,
Yes,
sure.
sir. Yes, sir.
I think there is an audience questions. We can take up one. The question is how the settlements of these communities are made livable.
Sorry, like
How
their
the
daily.
settlements of these communities are made livable.
Okay, so they are asking about the livelihood of the people. So in spite of these religious edifices being present in the town, we talked about how South India is agriculturally very rich. So most of the people, the houses we studied, their major source of income was agriculture, arecanut production, and paddy production, paddy agriculture, all that. So that is sort of the major, agriculture becomes the major backbone of the economic facets of this town. And that was observed. Yes.
Okay, thank you. There is one more question. Considering the complexity of this site, what made you choose this site?
Okay, so one interesting part of this town was like we always associate Jainism with the northern part of the country, and whatever is known about the southern part of country, this town consisted 18 temples, but still it was not very well known. So that was like one part that intrigued us about this town. In one town there are 18 temples present, and how all that sort of this presence of these much number of temples interacts with what is happening in the town. Sort of corresponds to what is happening. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to ask any more question or comment on the presentation, or should we move on to the next presentation? Okay, thank you so much. Before we move on to our next presentation, I would like to declare the third presenter for this session. The code number of the entry is 20 DID Z306. Project title is Bandar. Is the team present?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So after our second presentation gets over, you will be presenting. So be ready. Yes, Sonal, may I request you to share the second presentation?
Yes. Team 2 ready?
Yes.
Your timer starts now.
Good afternoon, members of the jury and my fellow students. Today we bring to you our documentation of Chanderi, a town that weaves stories in threads and stone. Next slide. Can you move to the... Located near to the old significant trade routes, Chanderi is a palimpsest of architectural styles ranging from the Pratihara Gujjar dynasty, the Malwa Sultanate, the Mughals, the Rajputs, and the Marathas. The town of Chanderi is famous worldwide for its magnificent weaves. Weaving is a source of livelihood for more than 60% of its population, while the rest are engaged in agriculture, beedi making, stone quarrying, and tertiary occupations. The town also hosts the occasional sightseer since its landscape is dotted with more than 100 monuments, both religious and secular. Chanderi can be best described as a rural town with an urban consciousness. Next slide. The craft of making Chanderi saris is now one of the most protected crafts in the country. Weaving here is a household and sometimes a community craft where spaces within homes become active with the multiple processes of making a sari. From stretching the cloth in the narrow gullies of the town to weaving the 6-meter cotton silk cloth, all the activities are carried out in the dwelling itself. The dwellings of Chanderi have made full use of the versatility of stone as a building material, both structurally and ornamentally. The slab, beams, columns, brackets, handrails, jalis, everything has been carved out of stone. Next slide.
A detailed household survey and documentation was conducted, and for the purpose of the study, Chanderi was divided into 5 parts, namely Pathano ka Ilaka, which houses the important palaces, the Sadar Bazaar, which is the major market of the town, and at last 3 different weaver clusters. A total of 7 dwellings were documented in the process based on the typologies of the cluster they belong to. Next slide. The study contains on-site hand-done drawings, which not only document the architecture of the dwellings, but also the activities of the residents that shape them. The drawings are representations of the life of residents of Chanderi and how they interact with the built environment. Next slide.
To begin with, the first dwelling belongs to a family of spice sellers in the main Sadar Bazaar area. It is inhabited by a family of 6 who decided to construct another floor, which, as one can understand, forms an interesting intermix of vernacular to modern building material. The fact that it is located within the main bazaar reflects in its spatial arrangement and evolution over the years. Next. The lower 2 floors are purely constructed of stone masonry, which is the vernacular material of Chanderi, following which an additional floor was added later, constructed out of RCC. The lower floor of the house is used for selling spices. The front portion of the house is a shop, and as one goes deeper inside, there are private spaces. Similarly, the stacking of functions from the ground to the top level transitions from extremely public to private residential rooms. Thus, the intermix of public and private spaces, both horizontally and vertically, create a vibrant atmosphere and sense of community. Next. The most interesting part of this dwelling was its interface with the bazaar. Not only did the additional floor increase its height and transform its built expression, but it has an additional function of maintaining eyes on street, ensuring natural surveillance throughout the day. Additionally, the dwellings of the market area exhibit different typologies and ways in which a simple material like stone can be manifested, intermixed, and combined to create a unique identity of form and space. Next.
Next is Mirza Haveli, built around 100 years ago in the Pathano ka Ilaka area. It has a public component on the ground floor, a place for handloom, and private accommodation for the owners on the first floor. At both levels, spaces are arranged around courtyards. Next slide. Here we have the plan of the first floor, which is occupied by 6 members of the Mirza family. The central courtyard acts as a multi-purpose space as a transition from the semi-public ground level to the private residence on the first floor level, to dry clothes and edible goods, to sleep during summers and evenings, for congregational family activities, etc. It remains the most active space in the house. Next slide. The section XX- shows the transition from the public street to the semi-public ground floor with spaces for weavers and traders and to the private residents. The lower courtyard is also used for recreational games, but it remains largely male-dominated. Section YY- shows the tower used for special praying occasions or namaz by the men. Next slide. As for the materiality and structure, the wall section shows the typical style of construction in Chanderi. 200 to 300 mm white stones are laid out to create a coarse double facade while creating pockets for smaller stones to be sandwiched between them. There is no use of mortar in such construction, which goes up to 4.7-meter high in this case. Through stones placed at regular intervals is integral in keeping the structure together. Next slide.
Purohit Ji ki Haveli is around 350 years old and is located in Pathanoka Ilaka. The Purohit family used to be members of the royal court of Chanderi, but now they pursue various businesses and have divided the house among 3 sons. Next slide. The house is a typical courtyard typology and has had minimal extension over the years, with only a toilet complex being built and added to the structure. The 2 Purohit brother families and 1 Solanki family, who are renters, live in the space together, and they have divided the spaces as you can see in the highlighted plans. Next slide. The Purohit brothers own separate businesses and the ground floor of the Haveli is used for them. The front section of the Haveli is used for printing shop, which also doubles as a sitting room for men, and a small dhaba and a restaurant. The back rooms of the ground floor are used for storage for the catering businesses, and as a result, the ground floor has very less activity. Next slide. The first floor has specific spaces for specific functions with private bedrooms and puja room. Women cook together in the kitchen and then come to the semi-covered corridor to serve food to men. Women and kids only occupy the semi-covered space when men go to work. The small corridor and terrace of abandoned cowshed is used for hanging washed clothes. Next slide. Coming to the materiality of the structure, it has 750 mm thick stone walls with stone beams and column with intricate capital detailing, with floors being created by resting 100 mm stone slabs with a layer of mud and stone filling. The Haveli rests on a sloped area and hence the backside of it has an earth berm, as you can see in the section AA-, which keeps the ground floor rooms cool throughout the year. Other ornate features include intricate jalis in the semi-covered corridor and thin stone columns. Next.
The Mehboob Haveli is about 100 years old. It's located on a steep slope which has an approximate area of 200 meter squares. It was owned by a loom worker initially, but with time it got divided among the 4 sons. Hence the Haveli has been separated into various parts by brick walls. Next slide. It was observed that only 1 family out of 4 is pursuing the loom weaving. All others have taken government jobs outside the city to sustain themselves. Next slide. The dynamic use of spaces can be noticed in the activity mapping diagram. All the spaces are multifunctional. The courtyard, for example, is used as a kitchen. The washing area and the thread for loom is made here. And it also acts as a congregation space for women in the evening. The room with the loom is used as a public space during day and becomes a private space during night. Next slide. Sandstone was most easily available material and it is also suitable for the hot climate of Chanderi. It can be seen that some of the details have been modified with time. For example, the window, which was made of wood earlier, now stands on iron angle support. The roof has been replaced by corrugated sheet. Next slide.
Dalal Ji ki Haveli is located near Pakhan Darwaza of Chanderi town. This 3-storied Haveli accommodates 4 families and was built in late 1700s. The Haveli sits next to the National Highway number 10. Next slide. 4 families having a total of 20 people reside on different floors of the Haveli. People are engaged in professions like weaving, private sector jobs, contracting, teaching, shopkeeping, and even beedi making. Next. All the families have access to their homes through the courtyard on the ground floor. The diagram shows the various uses of each space by different age and gender groups on the ground floor. Next. Similarly, for the first floor, some rooms have dedicated space for handloom machines. Some areas are unused or inaccessible in the Haveli. This floor is shared by 3 families. Next. And similarly, the activity mapping for the second floor, where there are accessible roofs and the 3 families are completely segregated. Next. Sections here show the central courtyard of the Haveli and structure of the Haveli, which is entirely stone constructed. The stone wall width varies from 500 to 800 mm, and the stone foundation goes around 1500 below the ground. In most of the areas, the structure is strong enough to hold the width of a person or two on the roofs. Next.
Last 5 minutes remaining.
Kohli House is located in Badi Bakal Chowk near Pakhan Darwaja, which is one of the major gateways of Chanderi. The house is 100 years old, made up of stone walls and wooden roof. Currently, the house is occupied by a family of 6 people. Next. The main public area of the house is the common living area where the family eats, sleep, does viewing through the working hours. The walls are made in stones and are thick with openings in each of the rooms and niches for storage all along the walls. Next. This slide shows the activity mapping of the family throughout the day. The parents in the house are professional weavers and weave 10 hours a day and currently teaching the skills to their 3 daughters. The grandmother is a beady maker. Next. The house has a wooden sloping roof system, which is very typical to Chanderi. Kidney tree logs are used in roof, which support chidia, a group of 3 vertical members over which purlins are placed. This roof is made in 6 layers. The base structural member is a tree trunk, which expands the whole span room, placed at 1.5 to 2 meter interval. The secondary members are fixed to tree trunk by making small holes in the trunk for the chidia to rest on. The patli helps in connecting chidia and the katori, which are the rafters. Small branches are used to make the base on which the top layer stone tiles can rest. Next.
The 7th residence in the study belongs to the Ansaris, located in the Islampura settlement of the city. Islampura is a part, next slide. Islampura is a part of the Bahar Sheher, a settlement outside the city walls. It is predominantly occupied by the Muslim weaver community, where streets are aligned with the sound of handlooms. Next slide. The dwelling initially consisted of a courtyard, a oblong room, and a separate kitchen that saw various changes from its construction 200 years ago. As seen in the colored plans, currently 3 of the families of the Ansari brothers reside in the dwelling while sharing the open spaces. Next slide. The ground floor can be divided into 4 components. A workspace towards the north filled with traditional pit handlooms, the Varis residence next to the road on the west, old storeroom, and a new RCC construction. The entry to the residence is through 2 ways. One entry opens onto the Varis dwelling directly, blurring the idea of public and private domain, while the other entry opens onto the common courtyard where the hired workers can use to access the handlooms. Next slide. On the neighborhood level, we understand that the frequent movement of the residents is to their farm on the outskirts of the town, the municipal water tap, relatives' homes, and the masjid. Next slide. The first floor is occupied by the family of Azad Ansari, with the terrace becoming an extension of the household itself, with most of his activities spreading onto it. A small steel balcony structure has been created to sit in during the evenings while providing interaction with the street. Next slide. As you can see, each individual room in the dwelling serves multiple purposes, ranging from transitioning as a workspace, dining, resting, living throughout the day. The workers use the weaver handloom space during the work hours. Next slide. The section depicts the usage of the space in the Varis and the Akhtar household. The practice of detailing storage spaces, pits, niches, while construction of the house itself is rarely seen as a practice now. Next slide.
With that, we come to the end of the documentation process. This study is extremely important as today, the face of India is changing, and due to globalization, our towns and villages are changing at a really fast pace. The people of Chanderi are aspiring for Paka houses, leaving behind the ideas of sustainability, tradition, and culture. The traditional stone dwellings, though climate responsive and unique to the place, are considered as Kacha houses. This awakens the need to educate as well as innovate how the aspirations of the residents can be met while staying true to the place and the culture. From the study, we can say that these indigenous dwellings are symbols of sustainability, the rich history, and the impressive craftsmanship of Chanderi. So there is a need to document this architecture heritage of a country, which might govern our future model of sustainable development, where we could also learn from the past and build better. Thank you.
Thank you, team, for the nice presentation you made. May I now invite the jury to ask questions? Aishwarya, would you go first?
Yeah, hi. So thank you guys for your presentation. I think you had some really nice hand drawings. One thing that I think was missing in your presentation or could have become better would have been the relationship between weaving and the dwellings, because I think what the houses that you chose are actually houses of the not the actual there is a social hierarchy even within the weavers. So since you've chosen all the havelis which are mostly at the more sort of rich end of the spectrum, but there are other weaving colonies where people work in clusters, and there is a sort of a morphology that develops around those weaver settlements. That I think that aspect sort of got missed out, because what we are seeing here are really sort of majestic havelis which have gotten sort of divided. That's not the real sort of picture of a weaving settlement. And secondly, the relationship about how they are weaving, what there is a very strong soundscape when you talk about this weaving settlement. As you walk through the lanes, all you can hear is the cut 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 of the weaving machine. So I think you missed out on those tactical elements that give character to this particular place. It's not just the stone and the lime and stuff that is happening, but there's a lot more to Chanderi, which I think was sort of missing in your presentation.
Ma'am, if I can just pitch in. Actually, so I think among the 5 clusters that we had chosen, two of the clusters were actually sort of dealing with the rich end of the Chanderi town, while the rest 3, which were the weaver clusters, and out of which specifically 2 of them were outside in the Bahar Shahar, which is known for its sort of low income communities that are present there. So the houses that we've documented, like they were actually for the people of the low income community, but since they were generational, that is why they do still look like they had a lot more space, and that is the main idea.
Okay. Murthy sir, would you like to comment?
Yeah, I think, I think what Aishwarya has pointed out has a very important point, because it's with the logo and the overall and also the overall objective of this place, whatever you planned as an objective. You had actually drawn number of cross sections in each typology, in each location you had taken. The cross sections of these are revealing the construction techniques of these buildings. So when you are revealing these construction techniques of indigenous architecture of this location, they need to be, because much of it is not visible to naked eye. From the surface of it, from the pictures photographed, if you want to make out a cross section, so it has to be referenced appropriately. Each cross section should support, because when you take one of the Haveli which you documented, it is not matching with the either parapet location or a lintel location, how this would come as a construction technique at all. Because the uniform stones, when you placed in one cross section, and in another cross section, uniform stones with random rubble, these are certain things which need support from good authenticated secondary sources and well supported pictures. So from the picture, you should be able to guess the cross section, because some of them we cannot non-destructive documentation. So when you're doing it, you need such kind of support support information. That is the only comment I would like to make. Over to Gurmeet.
Yeah, so I must congratulate the two presentations, I would say, that we've seen till now in this particular section for the quality of hand drawing, because that's something which one is missing in architectural schools these days. People jump into AutoCAD very, very quickly. So then I hope these are actually hand-drawn and not some sort of morphed, photoshopped, made to look hand-drawn, huh? The other bit I would like to comment is that, you know, when it comes to indigenous knowledge, unfortunately, whatever is local in India, which does not have more globalization impact of the colonizers, or we kind of club them all together into indigenous for want of good knowledge, written records.
246 participants only.
There is some noise there. So what, to my mind, what is very, very interesting about indigenous housing, that the section in the COA awards, is that in the system of indigenous knowledge, there are three, to my mind, there are three areas. One, of course, is that people built themselves. You know, they use their own hands, and the skills were locally available. And the reason why we are getting more and more distant from our historic architecture is because we don't engage with building activity ourselves. People are at a loss, you know, in terms of when it comes to construction. There's always somebody who has to come from outside to build for you. And therefore, what the forms that we are building now in our contemporary, I would say, housing or homes, does not belong to the local elements, is because it's done by somebody else, completely disconnected from the locale. The second aspect, of course, is that about materials itself. Indigenous architecture meant that you picked up material like immediately, like a pit in your own backyard, from something as local as that to local quarries, local timbers, and so on. And the third part is about energy efficiency. Now, when it comes to energy efficiency, it could be human energy, and it could be water, it could be climatic. All of this, basically, the bottom line is that you're talking about conservation of energy. That's how these buildings are so efficient. They're climatically comfortable. People build in a particular way that they are most efficient in terms of human energy, and you're doing your production, whether you're doing your Chanderi silk or you're doing something else. And water management also, if you're in a desert area or you're in a flooding area or whatever, you're kind of responding to all of that. So bottom line is energy. Now, I would flag this with, in this whole scope of indigenous documentation of indigenous housing, would be that today people are adapting their houses to new forms within the same context. So there is, you know, these are humbler or more modest settlements. These could be villages, these could be very small towns where the continuum is there, or it's even disrupted to some extent, and there's degree of disruption in terms of where these materials are coming from. For instance, you know, if you look at the town of Puri, you know, people are still, there is an expression in the local architecture. In fact, when you look at villages in Tamil Nadu also, I would say, you know, that you use in Tamil Nadu, one sees the use of parrot green and purple and magenta and all that in terms of painting, you know, colors on their walls of their houses, because there is something about local preferences as a local expression that comes out in their habitat. So in documentation of indigenous architecture, it becomes very important not just to pick up what they did in the past, but also that tradition in the continuum, and see whether they are upholding, how are they responding to these principles of skill, of material, and of energy. So the same thing, what you have documented, could be presented in that particular paradigm. Now I need to know your response on the matter.
Yes, team members, would you like to answer her query or clarify?
Uh, First of all, ma'am, the drawings, I would mention that the drawings have been made on site. Everything is hand drawn. So these are just the scans that we've put in our presentation. And other than that, we had a design assignment after this, after our visit to Chanderi and after our study. So there we did our modification and working with how the stone and could be inculcated with today's techniques. And in fact, Intac is also working with Chanderi and their dwellings, how stone, how they can be preserved, and how the stone and new technologies, like with time, the craftsmen are not aware, are easily available anymore, because even the people who are staying there do not want to stay in the stone houses. They think that pakka houses are more modern, and they want to switch to that. So even the availability of craftsmen is lacking. But yeah, Intac is working on the they've worked on the roof systems. They have the purlins and all. Everything is made out of wood, and they have stone shingles. So yeah, that is the current scenario in Chanderi.
So, mom, the first thing that we asked, we were communicating with people who were living there in the houses that we documented. And the first thing we asked them was, what do you aspire in your home? Like, if you were to build another home over here, what would you want it to be like? And they told us that, so they didn't decide, they didn't choose to build these homes. They're living in these homes, and these were constructed 200 years ago. And they said that we want our houses to be pakka houses, and we want the floor finish to be smooth and not rough like stone. We also want it to be modern. So what we tried to do in our designs were to kind of inculcate that, to bring the people, like to strengthen the bond between the people and their architectural heritage. So to kind of use their indigenous architecture, but to also fulfill their aspirations.
Okay, thank you. I'm tempted to pick up this audience questions. I will just read out the wording from the question. The word indigenous refers to the notion of a place-based human-centric, human ethnic culture that has not migrated from its homeland, while architecture of Chanderi is more towards art and craft because of the people, weavers who are living in. So can you justify what makes Chanderi an indigenous? Would you like to answer this question?
Yeah, so when Chanderi was prospering during those times, there was a lot of influx of people from various parts of India, because weaving was actually at that point of time, this profession yielded a lot of money. The Chanderi fabric was also quite famous among the royalties throughout the India, because of which we had a lot of people coming in from different parts of the country. Now, when they came in over here, that was around 800 years back. So after that, they became people of this own place. And after that, the architecture started developing further. So initially, at that point of time, maybe it wasn't indigenous, but now 800 years after, because now these are the people of that place only, and their culture is a mixed culture, like we have it in our country. So similarly, even though these people are from have had different cultures, have different religions, but still they are people of the same place. So that is why, in that sense, over the year, this sort of architecture has become indigenous to that place.
Okay, thank you. That's an interesting take on the whole concept of indigenous. Thank you, team. Now, let us move on to our next presentation. That is presentation by entry code number 20 DID Z306. The title of the project is Bangar. Is the team around?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, this is the last presentation of category C. Yes, you can start your presentation after Sonal ma'am gives you a nod. Sonal, over to you.
Yes.
Is the team ready?
Yes, ma'am. We are.
Your timer starts now.
So good afternoon, everybody. We'd like to take you through the village Bangar that we had documented. So next slide.
Ma'am, can you present it?
Yeah, thank you.
Which was documented in the academic year 2019-20 under the category C.
Ma'am, you'll have to mute the inbuilt voice in the presentation. Actually, you'll have to play it without the narrations.
Which is in Uttarakhand. It has a total population.
The narration is going on in the PPT. Actually, we're sorry for that.
3% of it includes women of the village. It is a women-dominant village.
Ma'am, I think you need to mute the PPT.
In the valley, which is almost 700 to 900 years old. Most of the villagers here are involved in the occupation.
Ma'am, can you go back? And
Actually, the narrations were playing when the presentation had started.
Have you done any specific setting for that?
Yes, ma'am. Can you go to animations? Sorry, slideshow. Can you uncheck the play narrations? Thank you, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Can you start presenting from the second slide? Yeah, thank you. So Bangar is a very old settlement which is almost 700.
Just a minute. Sonal,
yes,
you start the timing again and count it from here onwards.
Okay,
So,
I'll reset. Yeah. You may please begin, team. Your timer starts now.
Yeah. Bangar is a very old settlement which is almost 700 to 900 years old with a rich cultural heritage. It is located in the Pauri Garhwal district of Uttarakhand and has a total population of about 280 people, wherein 60% of it is dominated by the women of the village. Most of the villagers are involved in agriculture and defense as their core occupation. This settlement was started at the age of the kings and has sustained till date due to its cultural and traditional practices. So now moving on to why we chose Bangar. Bangar is a homogeneous settlement which has survived till date in spite of the advent of urbanization and modernization and stands as a single tie holding the entire village together. Since Bangar is located in the valley, unlike the other villages that are located at the top of the mountain, there is an absence of motorable roads that has turned it into a predominantly self-reliant community. Thus, as a result, no economic need has been generated, which otherwise would have led to consequent modernization of the village. Thus, the houses here have still been intact and unspoiled by modernity. So, moving on to the geographical growth of Bangar. Centuries ago, River Nayar extended and covered the entire plain where the village currently lies. Eventually, the extent of the river flow receded and settlements started to emerge on the fertile plain. Next, please. Bangar has a cold climate, a cold and a cloudy climate, which has affected the planning of the village as it experiences perennial cold winds blowing from the north direction, and thus the gaushalas or cow sheds were planned towards the north, blocking the cold winds, thus keeping the entire village relatively warm during the night. So the red double arrow shows the settlement that is located in the valley, surrounded by mountains on the east and west, thereby blocking the wind and reducing the daylight hours of the village after 4 p.m. Section AA- indicates the land profile of where Bangar is located, where on one side it shows the stepped mountainous profile, and on the other side it shows the river Nayar. The three diagrams on the left show the stages of growth of Bangar. The temple is marked as the focal point of the village, from where the settlement grew radially, with a main street, secondary and tertiary streets, weaving the overall fabric of the settlement. For better accessibility, a pedestrian bridge was constructed connecting Bangar to the neighboring village named Suinsi. The first diagram in the center shows how Bangar was planned on the basis of caste system, where the upper class was positioned near the central point, that is the village, that is the temple, and the subsequent castes were positioned radially outwards. While documenting the village, we observed that about 10% of the houses were unoccupied or were ruins due to the migration. Next. Next.
Yeah. So the entry or access to the village is through the Gaushala, which is the rightmost part of the master plan. The access route leads towards the mandir from where the settlements originated. The direction of the river Nayar from north to south located at the bottom of the plan, while the upper expanse are the farmlands, where the farm to people ratio is higher. After mapping the daily activities, we realized that the activity and circulation pattern of the people in the village depends on the agricultural activities that which are carried out throughout the day. The three small sections indicate on the rightmost part of the sheet indicate the various relations formed between the house, angan, house, street, which have been affected due to the strategic planning of the village. Observing the orientation of every house, the longer facades were in the west-east direction with maximum openings, while the north-south facade had minimal or no openings, due to the very reason that winds flowed from north to south during the day and vice versa during the night. This resulted in the growth of the village in the north to south direction. Next sheet, please.
We will now move on to explaining the evolution of house typologies in Bangar. As the families grew, new additions were made to the existing layout. If there was enough space around, the house was multiplied right beside the existing one, else it was built on the outskirts of the village. Houses of Bangar were characteristically known for their intricately carved wooden posts, windows, door frames, and brackets, and most importantly, for their slate roofs and exposed stone facades. The indigenous dwellings were built with locally sourced stone from the riverside, which was used to build walls which were roughly around 0.5 meters thick, which acted as a thermal mass, thus insulating the house. The slate roof, with its self-weight, could sustain the heavy snowfalls and also acted as an insulating material. Shade and stone wood were another important building materials obtained from the nearby forest, which was used for all intricate carvings, flooring, ornamentation, and structural aspects of the roof. Mud or mitti in local language is used as mortar and plaster. It provides excellent insulation in conjunction with stone. It is obtained from the nearby mountains and the riverbed. Every space in the house was flexible enough to adapt itself according to the needs of the family. The Tibur, Malkhand, Bhitar, which are the local name. Can you go back, ma'am? The Tibur, Malkhand, and Bhitar were multifunctional places with an overlapping usage as they never possessed one defined function. It was once used as a bedroom, then as a storeroom, later as a puja room. Thus, the flexibility seen in the planning provided a better experience for its users, adapting to their then requirements and necessities. Moving further into the micro level planning of a typical house in Bangar, we observed that the rasoi or kitchen was on the front part while the malkhand or the storerooms were on the rear end of the house. The first floor was planned to accommodate the private spaces, that is bhitar in their local language, and gathering spaces called as tibbar in their local language. Now, why was the kitchen placed on the ground floor? The planning was done intentionally previously because the cowshed, which was located on the ground floor of every house, dissipated heat, which kept the upper floors warm. But soon, due to an incident involving fire, the cowshed was shifted outside and the entire Gaushala area was created. In place of the cowshed, to maintain the warmth of the upper floor, the kitchen was shifted below in the place of Gaushala. The topmost triangular portion was used as an attic, which is also called as Dhaipur in their local Gadwali language. Ma'am, can you go next? Next. So we'll take you through the lives of the villagers with adding a lens of history and architecture to their houses. The first house documented was that of Dhaneshwari Ma, who owned the oldest house in Bangar, which was almost 300 years old. The ancestors of this house were a part of the royal family, which has been reflected in the kind of architecture the house had compared to other houses. There were intricately carved columns, posts, and a viewing deck made for the king in the olden times, which is still intact as of now. Most of the construction done years ago still remains intact, and the users wish to preserve the royalty by not renovating the house, but by doing minor repairs here and there. The planning of this house was such that there were 4 storage rooms, 1 bedroom, and a kitchen, and they kept on. And ma'am, can you go back? And the function of those rooms kept on changing as per the requirements of the family. Most of the bedrooms now have been converted into storage room over a period of time as some people from the families migrated. The unique element of this house was the wooden deck, which was constructed with tenon and mortise joints and dowel joints with detailed carvings on the posts supporting it. These skillful traditional joineries are shown on the left side of the sheet. Dhaneshwari lives with her daughter and her husband, practicing chili cultivation as their major occupation. In fact, every house in Bangar relies on chili cultivation for their living. Hence, they utilized spaces such as the ledge, the porch, to dry the chilies, which define the culture of the village. One can also see these dried chilies on the roof, decorating the skyline of the Bangar. Ma'am, can you go next?
Yeah, next slide, please. So this house belonged to Mandira Dadi, who has been one of the oldest residents of Bangar. Mandira belonged to the upper caste, and since caste affected the planning of the village, she resided right next to the temple. There are several small openings resulting in an intricate elevation profile of a house. The details on the left show how intricately the house was constructed, which was an outcome of the status of the family. The ledge was a significant horizontal element of the houses in Bangar, which defined the facade in two parts, the upper floor and the lower floor. Mandira is the only resident of this house, having 8 rooms, and most of the rooms have now been converted into storage rooms ever since the wave of migration hit Bangar. Most villagers, including her sons, have left the village to find better job opportunities and living. Yes, next slide, please. Yeah, so this is our third and final house, which was of Sumitra Dadi. These pictures are pictures of a model which we had made. Yeah, next slide. The final house we documented was of Sumitra Dadi's house, which was the largest house in the entire village. She lived in a G+2 house with 13 rooms, again, most of which were made into storage rooms due to less inhabitants. The major feature of this house was that it had an external staircase, while every other house in Bangar had internal ones, which meant that access to the upper floors were solely from the outside. There was an internal ladder leading to the topmost floor. This staircase became a distinctive element as it was used as a space of gathering, sorting, and drying chilies. There is a gradual decrease in the thickness of the wall as the height increases. At upper levels, some walls are replaced by wooden partitions, details of which are shown on the left side of the sheet. A newer addition to the elevation of the house was that there was a railing added to the ledge on both the floors, creating a safer accessible balcony. So concluding our documentation, with the young seeking out job opportunities in the city and lack of educational institutions in close vicinity, the elders are afraid that their once bustling village may soon be estranged from those that gave it its identity. To prevent this, locals have initiated projects that can increase its connectivity to the rest of the world, thus creating job opportunities and bringing in revenue. This exact make and break situation that the village has found itself in is exactly what made it an intriguing site for documentation. It could either transition into a town with its upcoming vernacular structure combined with RCC structure, connecting bridge for vehicular entry to center, etc., or not be able to keep with the rapid urbanization of the world outside, thus cease to exist. Thank you.
Thank you, presenters. May I invite Gurmeet for questions or comments?
The first, I must compliment you for completing your presentation on time. And no, very interesting documentation and the context as well. The fact that you pick up the traditional knowledge in it, as well as the current challenges. And I mean, in fact, all three presentations do bring out current challenges. And the fact that we kind of understand a lot of these current challenges from being primarily in the space of aspirational. So I'd like to know a little bit more about that. Do you think that the current challenges of the fact that we feel that there's so much value in the embedded knowledge in this way of building, that the challenge today in desiring that this should continue, is it only aspirational, or are there other factors as well? Am I clear, or do I?
Yes, ma'am. So I would like to answer that. So when we spoke to the villagers around them, villagers, we are still in contact with those villagers actually. And the younger generation which used to stay there used to go to places like Delhi or nearby towns for their future education. But every time they would get summer vacations, they would love to come back because they loved the way, the lifestyle of the village, how quiet it was. And even during the lockdown, they were very content with what they had within the village. So it is aspirational up to some extent for their future job opportunities and for development, since there's limitations when it comes to accessibility to that village. But they surely love the village, and some of the villagers are actually coming back. And while we were documenting the site, there was an old ruin which was being converted into a traditional house with obviously help of RCC and newer construction technologies. But we could see they had preserved their old carvings, old posts, which they were using, which they were integrating with the newer construction methods. So there's a part of the village which still wants to stay true to its roots. But then there are aspirations like finding new jobs, income sources of income, which and other such limitations, which is kind of infiltrating into the village, and people are moving out. So yes, ma'am, I hope that answered.
If you're going to continue working in this particular region, in this village, even now after, post your documentation you've done in the recent past, I would flag this with all three groups to actually go dig deeper into this aspect, that why are people discontinuing the earlier ways of building? See, the point is, if you want to replace mud by lime or lime by cement, that's one change. But there's much more to these indigenous buildings that you're talking about. There's spatiality, there is a certain quality of experience, and even in terms of joint family, nuclear family, and so on. There are a whole lot of other aspects that determine why people want to change. And it'll be useful to find solutions and find the paths that where hybrid type, where the evolution or transformation happens, but at a rate of change is such that we don't lose our, this association with nature and so on so drastically and so immediately, at such a rate. So I would urge you to, all of you, to kind of dig deeper into that aspect of transformation and the cause of the transformation and ways and means of finding the middle path in terms of, managing the rate of change in such a way that there's a possibility of coming back to your, the roots in terms of climate change and so on, which is very scientific. And you don't want to lose everything and after 50 years have no references to go back, So over to you, Surya.
Yeah. I congratulate the team, especially for selecting such a remote location and very well captured documentation. As observed even in the last presentations also, whenever we are doing this kind of a detailed construction, because you are doing something contribution to the whole knowledge of indigenous architecture. So that is required to be captured from the right sources, and you need to study apart from the physical site, or the physical site is required to be very closely observed, keenly observed, so that you maintain an authentic construction system drawing. Though proportions and all you might match, but the detailing, because you are bringing out the principle involved in the whole construction, when you are bringing out the indigenous ways of building, indigenous ways of building has many aspects, and you would document many of these things, and all of you have done that. So that is the only point I would like to make. Otherwise, it's a very good selection, and the site selecting such a remote location is itself is commendable. Thank you. Over to Aishwarya.
So almost most of everything that I wanted to say is already said. So I'm just going to ask you guys a question. So as architects, what were your takeaways from looking at this almost intact settlement that is responsive to its environment, and what is it that you have learned from there that you can apply in your practice in the future?
Yeah, I would like to answer that. So, one thing was, of course, the way the entire village was self-sufficient in terms of construction and also in terms of their lifestyle. So, like, not just they procured all the materials for construction right besides the resources which they had, like the river Nayar and the mountains which were right besides where they were living, but they also are very much self-sufficient even today in terms of food and in terms of the livelihood they are relying on. Other than that, the kind of the way the approach of kind of maintaining their legacy, so they have this kind of notion that they want to go high rise in their village. So maybe it is a part of their aspirations, so they are still maintaining the aspirations with that touch of that maybe that vernacular indigenous touch, that like participants said that they are combining the RCC as well as the older methods of construction, is what we are very much it's very inspirational that they are still doing that with combining both of the aspects. So that is what one thing which we took from that village. Yeah.
Ma'am, I would also like to add on to this. The one more thing which we observed was the activities of the villagers were heavily based on agriculture, and although so most when we looked at their daily routine, most of the time which they spent throughout the day was outside their house rather than inside their house. So the houses had beautifully carved facades, painted facades, while the interiors were very much humble compared to the exteriors. They were low in height also, and that was also due to the climatic conditions. But they were very minimal, and the interiors were, they stuck to the requirements of whatever they needed, and that governed how the rooms were being used. So one thing which we learned was, even though it's a dwelling, so with all minimal basic facilities also it is working. So do we really need all sorts of luxuries? And when it comes to designing a dwelling, what is need to be kept into mind, whether our aspirations or our basic needs, and can people still survive with less aspirations and only focusing on the basic needs, and can we design minimally rather than exploiting a lot of resources around? So that was one thing which we were pondering upon.
Okay. Thank you, presenters and jury members. Is there any other comment jury would like to make? Okay. This brings us to the last session, end of the last session. That was category 3 or category C. Since morning, we reviewed and jury reviewed 3 different categories. Under each category, there were 3 presentations made. May I now request jury to address viewers about your general feedback. May I request Gurmeet first?
An extremely difficult task, but overall, I would like to congratulate the entire lot of students who participated, those who are there viewing all the presentations and so on, for the immense interest that they've demonstrated in heritage, in our legacy, in indigenous knowledge. And clearly their work does demonstrate that they are, and I must congratulate the staff as well, all the colleges of architecture that have actually taken this so seriously, because I do remember our times where we only read Bannister Fletcher and that was about it, as far as heritage was concerned. So that is, and I would also like to congratulate the council itself for enabling this platform, for taking this initiative. And as far as the work of the students is concerned, the three categories are very, very interesting. Maybe, architectural heritage, indigenous housing, and third, of course, is art and crafts. But maybe in the section of art and craft, if people are not very clear about the tangible and the intangible, that you actually want to look at the embedded knowledge, and you want to look at if that clarity is not there. I mean, I'm not saying there may not be brief, but that is where it could be done a little bit more. On the quality of entries, one is particularly very happy to see hand-drawn drawings and the quality of drawings that have been shared, especially in the last section of it. So I mean, overall, very pleased to see the quality of research work, the documentation skills, and the presentation skills by the students participating. And it's definitely a very tough thing to decide hierarchies in terms of first, second, third. I wish one could say, okay, everybody qualifies for a prize, but and an equally important prize. But this is really, I'll congratulate everybody here, all the participants and all the faculty members. Thank you.
May I request Aishwarya to express her views?
I think it's been quite a very strong day, because one after the other, it was, learning more and more and more about different places, and most of them other than Chanderi I had never been to. So for me, it was more a learning experience than anything else. So first, I'll really like to thank all of you who participated and, gave me the opportunity to see so much more of this country. I think the quality of work was very good, and as Gurmeet said, in the second, the arts and crafts, I think there might be scope here to enlarge it a little bit and include more of the intangible. And maybe also look at different ways of capturing intangible, because maybe measure drawings are not the correct method to capture intangible. So maybe there is scope for us to, explore how else it could have been, because they're definitely linked. And when you're looking at settlements, the tangible and intangible both have a significant role to play in what comes out at the end. So maybe that's something for next time, if you would like to explore with how to express, tangible and intangible. And other than that, I think given the situation with the COVID, I think we
I think there is some problem.
You're not able to hear. Maybe just hold on for a second or so, then if she's able to come back.
Okay.
Some internet issue at her end, I believe.
Yeah. If she gets back, may I request?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yes. No, I think she got logged out.
Yeah, sorry. I don't know. I was just thrown out of the Zoom. I was behaving myself. I don't know why I was thrown out of the Zoom.
Don't worry, we've not thrown out anybody well, irrespective of misbehavior. So you're not getting thrown out, Aishwarya. But good to have you back. Please.
Yeah. So Yeah, so thank you everyone, and congratulations on steady running this virtually. I think that's a really good part of it, that we can all be here, although we're in different parts of the country right now.
May I request Mr. Murthy to express his views?
Yeah. I congratulate all the students and colleges who were behind all these students. And this demonstrates the kind of interest people have, and all the entries have attempted to demonstrate the kind of knowledge systems we need to look at. And as pointed out by Aishwarya, I think capturing intangible, we need to find out ways, though there are proven methods within graphical representation to capture even intangible too. But there are limitations as expressed by her. We may not be able to really understand, and especially when we have places like Chanderi and also Nelkote, where these two cannot be just captured with architectural graphic. Architectural graphics also have both scope and also has limitations. One has to understand that, and I must congratulate everyone who is part of it, and especially Council of Architecture encouraging this documentation part. And all the students have shown their interest, and the studies taken up, some of them are very remote locations, and those have been selected and captured. So selecting remote locations and unexplored locations is very much important, because through you we will learn the parts which are unexplored. Yeah, thank you very much. And it was, I congratulate once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murthy, for your valuable feedback. May I request Jayashree Madam to take over?
Thank you, Vaishali, and thank you all the jury members. I know it's been a long day, and you have been really at it from the word go, you know. But I must really appreciate the kind of support that you have been giving, because this is a platform which is very young, the Documentation Awards, and we would like this to go forward in the right direction. Yes, and we do want to encourage the schools. What Gurmeet has rightly said, that it will be a difficult task to select the topper and say one is better than the other two. But let me also say here that these three are the best in that category across the country. So they already are winners. And at the zonal level, we have also got another list which we had not declared so far, but which we will be very soon declaring and putting into the public domain also. So there will be many more projects at the zonal level also, which will be awarded and recognized for the work that they have put in. Participants, I would like to thank you, because I can see the amount of work that has gone in, and the intensity of your involvement in the work really shows, and that is what matters. The schools of architecture and the faculty have taken efforts to ensure that this initiative comes to the level that it is trying to reach, and that is so commendable. Thank you, all of you. And I know you're looking forward to the result. We will be with you very soon. Now, this is actually a part of a series of awards, the Documentation Award. And we've had one national jury already on the 4th. This is the second one. And the third one is scheduled the day after tomorrow on the 10th. After that is done, we will be declaring the date of the awards declaration function, and that is where we would be declaring the names of all the winners of all the awards programs of the 2020 cycle. So I know it's going to be difficult to hold on for some time, but please do bear with us and be with us. And we will like to have you with us for the function on the date declared. And now I think it brings us to the end of this program, but the program will not be really complete without me saying a real heartfelt thank you to everybody on this platform. There have been a lot of, I will not call them hitches, but yes, learning experiences today, because at times the platform was being used in a way which was not actually anticipated. But I think it taught us a few things, and I do hope that we will be able to go forward in a more confident way in future. Uh, my thanks to the jury members, my thanks to all the schools who have acted as the hosts and all the coordinators who have ensured that the participation increases substantially this year for the new categories as well. And my thank you to the Heritage Awards Committee led by Professor K.B. Jain, who, as I said, has been motivating us and giving us instructions to see that this goes on the right track and to ensure that we are able to come out with something at the end of the program. Thank you, Vaishali and Sonal, for being with us through the day and handling all little issues that we were facing. And we look forward to having you with us. For the participants, I would like to inform you that very soon we would like to come up with a publication documenting all the work that you have submitted, and we would be publishing the work of the winners at the zonal and the national levels. The team from the council would get back to you with maybe more details to be incorporated in the book, and I request you to please cooperate and send us whatever is required so that we are able to bring out a documentation which will add value to whatever is already there on this platform for everybody to see. Thank you so much, all of you. There is a comment in the chat which says that that we have been a part of one of the categories and we would like to present the work that we have done, although we were not able to do that today. I can understand your anxiety and I can appreciate that you are so keen to present here, but I'm afraid the rules of the program will not allow us to do that here right now. But I assure you that we will find a way to take this forward and see that you will be able to present it at some form or on one of the platforms of the council very soon. So thank you very much. I would request the participants to please log out now. We will end this meeting, and the 3 jury members and the coordinators will please log in using the same links again, so that you can deliberate on who would be the winners and let us know who are going to be the awards.
Thank you.
Thank you everybody, and see you very soon at the function where we would be declaring the winners. Thank you.